I do apologize to everyone. I started late yesterday because of a fatigue attack from pushing back against, um, uh, whatever current flu sickness thing is happening. And I started late this morning because I was asleep. I'm just hit with fatigue. That's all it is. Like, I don't have the that my sister's having, but I'm definitely fighting off the same thing that she is currently dealing with. So I do apologize. When last we left our intrepid adventurers, MMOs do tend to be a little bit more taxing than anything else. The good news is this is WoW. The bad news is this is still taking we're still in BC. I don't have a nicer way to say that. BC is the part I have to get through in order to get on with it, if that makes any sense. I don't want to bash ARR, but that's kind of the closest equivalent to what's going on here. Some of you remember the FF14 run, and how FF14 just kind of, the ARR part of FF14 just kind of dragged on me. But then when we got a little bit further, like my energy and my pep and my overall mood improved. It's the same thing, right? It's the same damn thing. It's not so much that I'm tired of WoW or tired of FF14, it's that I'm tired of the content I'm covering right now. Anyways, speaking of which, that was going towards patch trail. WoW, patch within. And Stranger of Paradise. And Kennex Cow, I actually did see it, I just didn't acknowledge it yet. It's going towards Yakuza 0, Jedi, Fallen Order, and the Jack Law. Thank you ever and always, Kennex Cow, for your support. And no thanks to that Valerian guy. Ugh. Well, I hear he doesn't even eat puppies. Can you believe it? So, a bit of a reconnoiter for those of you who don't remember where we're at. So, we've actually done a good half of the zone or so. Probably, Magister. At the very least, my enjoyment will increase when I finally have access to flying, which will be tomorrow at this point. So, we've done a good half of the zone. Right now, we're running around getting materials for a foofster, because he's freaking out over the fact that his species is currently going through what might be an unrecoverable apocalypse, and so he's pouring all his wealth and resources into throwing a party. This is, I want to stress for a second, not a joke. Some people look at this quest and interpret it as him just being like, I'm evil and rich and above everything else. I don't really take it that way, personally. It's far more likely that he's just in a tremendous amount of denial, because the level of wealth that you think of when you think of someone throwing a party at the end of the world doesn't exist anymore within these people. There is no hyper rich at the moment. There are people better off than other people, but that's about it. Like, you have to understand the economy. Warcraft only occasionally goes into the economy, but when it does, it goes hard. The Blood Elven economy right now basically doesn't exist. You'll notice this as we go through some of these quests. A lot of the people are at the point of barter economy because of how bad things are right now. They actually are going to need a pipeline to an external polity in order to be able to actually pull themselves back up to having a functional economy. Yeah, no, this over there, we'll go back to it in a second when we turn it in, but that's a stress party, I guarantee it.
Anubalore Delana. The reckoning is at...
Your help in subduing the wretched has been invaluable. The Farstriders would surely have use for someone like you in their fight against the Amani. Look for the Farstrider retreat to the northeast of here. Speak to Lieutenant Dawnrunner. See what assistance she might need.
Farewell.
Yeah, they have no infrastructure, no exports to speak of. Like, they have plenty of things they can export, but none of the easy, obvious stuff. If I could use a weird parallel for a second, they don't have a giant pile of oil they're sitting on. But what they do have is a lot of people who know their stuff better than pretty much anyone else in the business. These are the arcane experts. And they're very, very, very well fleshed out in multiple aspects of magical operations in general. In other words, what they're most useful as is for their services. And we'll see this. in a lot of zones and a lot of quests for basically the entire rest of the game, you will notice that there are blood... I can mount now. You will notice that there are Blood Elf specialists in part of basically every other operation happening everywhere. But to put this into a little bit of perspective, there are only 2 times after this moment where the Blood Elves are able to operate on any level whatsoever. One of them is during Wrath, and one of them is during Pandaria. And yeah, no, I'm saying that right. Because it isn't until Legion that the Blood Elves have actually sufficiently recovered to the point where they can kind of do their own independent operations. We'll talk about that when we get there, don't worry. Okay. So, I've been avoiding talking about the Dead Scar. So that's a giant path down the middle of town, literally. Like, that's the front gates of Silvermoon. You notice when we go into Silvermoon, we go into the side servant entrance. That's not a joke. That literally is the servant's entrance over there. And over here is just like another side area to the park recreational facility. This is the front gate to the city. It's seen better days. This place was completely shreked by the Scourge. This is the path that the Scourge took as they were smashing through the city. There was so much death on such a grand scale, and the Scourge were actively polluting the ground as they went. That created this artifact that we're looking at right now, the Dead Scar. We actually talked about this briefly yesterday, but the Dead Scar is the kind of thing that probably can eventually be recovered from. But it's going to take years of concentrated effort on behalf of both arcane, probably holy, and definitely druidic magic in order to be able to restore this thing, because this is severely cursed land. You probably haven't actually noticed, but yeah. So, something that people tend to mentally phase out is almost every zone in the game, even as far back as BC, they have, I think they call it foliage. It's the stuff on the ground, right? I'll zoom in a bit so you can see what I'm talking about. It's this stuff right here. Ooh, shadowy. Right, it's just grass. Now, that stuff is, well, it's not procedurally generated, but it's kind of, it's manually placed, and then the game spawns it based on you. It's actually a really smart way to reduce server load. But anyways, it is manually placed where it spawns. So you can see the patterns here, right? There's like a whole chunk here where it doesn't actually spawn. Make sense? Yeah, it's painted, exactly. There's like, if you could look at the zone, you could see the area that's painted. And it says spawn this type of object material here. And it'll do it. And it's pseudo-randomized, so it looks kind of distributed as it goes through. It's very smart. Anyways, so these are bones. Now, the funny thing is, this is not just... Yeah, that's not dead grass. Those are rib cages. The thing about the Dead Scar is one of the reasons that they are dealing with Scourge outbreaks like these guys up here. Years later... Oh, shoot. They actually aggroed me. Oh, God. That actually might kill me. Because this is 4 years... Oh, they actually killed me. Wow. 4 or 5 years. I'm not sure of the exact time, but it's somewhere in between 4 or 5 years after the events of Frozen Throne. So that puts it like 5 to 6-ish years after the events of Warcraft 3, aka when this happened. And that's the problem. This Dead Scar, they probably shouldn't be having issues with this, especially since the Scourge is not what you'd call an active force at the moment. The reason they're still having issues with random undead is because most of the undead here aren't Scourge. They're just tier 2 undead, aka natural undead. Because there's just so many dead people in this path. And every now and again, the dead rise, because that's a thing that happens in this setting. If you, it's very normal, as weird as that sounds. If you die badly, and no one and nothing tries to ease your passing before or after your death, then there's a decent chance that you will just rise up again as a ghost, or as a banshee, or as a spirit, or as a skeleton, or as whatever's left of your body. And yeah, you're essentially rampant and mindless. You're not really directed or guided or a functioning army. You're just the damned. And there are so many damned along this path that's why they're still dealing with them years later. Make sense?
Our enemies will fall.
The black swath of soil that cuts through the Eversong is a permanent reminder of the day Arthas led the Scourge to our beloved city. This blemish is more than an eyesore as even today it brings Scourge from the Ghostlands to Silvermoon. Give my men a hand in killing the mindless undead that wander down the Dead Scar.
The reckoning is at hand.
Yeah, there are certain specific spots in Azeroth that are supremely cursed, like more cursed than usual. This is one of them. Because remember why they built Quel'Thalas here when the elves first moved here? I'll just tell you, because you probably don't remember. They built Quel'Thalas here because this was a nexus of tons and tons of magical energy. Huh, where have we heard that before? Oh, that's right. Karazhan, where the roaming damned and dead are constantly stuck in a state of being haunted, cursed creatures because they died in a place absolutely glutted with magical energy. Yeah, by the way, fun thing. Both the Path of Glory and the Dead Scar came from the same expansion. Just a weird little thing. There are actually several notable Nexus points. We'll be covering one in Wrath as well. And a few others as we go. The most notable Nexus point on the entire planet, however, is that right there. The Maelstrom. The Maelstrom, we'll discuss this much, much later, but all you need to know right now about the Maelstrom is that's a thing. Or I guess I should say it was. Alright, Old God related. A lot of things are Old God related. That's more Titan related than anything else. That got turned off. I mean, they kind of haven't been on Earth, which is sort of the point. I mean, the Old Gods have their fingers in a lot of pies. Even the War of the Ancients did have Old God influence, thanks to Deathwing. It really is. It's funny, because BC is called the Burning Crusade, which makes sense, right? What's weird about that, more than anything else, though, is this is supposed to be the Anti-Legion expansion. If you know anything about this particular expansion, you know that it really isn't. I mean, the finishing line is the Legion, but most of the actual expansion isn't. Are Old Gods the most powerful entities in the setting? No! Not even close. One of the more interesting things about Old Gods is they're actually fairly weak. So, we'll talk more about the elemental... wrong word. About the fundamental sources of magic and power in this setting, but Void, you know, the stuff I've got floating around me right now, its primary power comes from doubt. And as a consequence, Void energy tends to not be very powerful in a one-to-one direct comparison, right? If someone empowered by Void and someone empowered by anything else do a one-on-one, like just straight-up brawl, Void is almost always going to lose. Which makes sense, because Void's primary power is more subversive. That is a huge, huge trend, and that's the real threat of the Void. If you contest it, it has no power over you, but it likes to worm its way in there. And remember, Void energy is empowered by doubt. And who doesn't have doubts?
Baladash Malinore.
We don't anticipate the Scourge letting up on their attacks anytime soon, but we appreciate any help we get guarding the Scar.
Salama Ashalinore.
That's what she said. Okay, so that's over here. Go grab something from town while we're here. Let's take an invite from Bloody Bastard.
I have many, many wares.
What's funny, and someone commented on this in the YouTube comments, I mentioned that some of the story elements that we've already shown in BC are still getting paid off. It's worth noting that it's pretty much 100% certain that wasn't deliberate.
Well, friend of the Grummels.
It's more like they had a whole bunch of ideas they were shotgunning during BC, and years later, talented people who actually were good at writing sat down and figured out how to pay off those points. Does that sound familiar? Because it should to anybody who's played FF14. WoW's overall story didn't really get codified until... That's right. Kata.
The eternal sun guides us.
Is it you?
Be
Maybe it's
ready
you.
for anything.
There it is. Find some alcohol. Remind me. Yeah, ironically, while ARR and Kata are often compared to each other, frankly, ARR and BC is the more accurate comparison. Not just for the reasons we just mentioned, but also, frankly, in terms of overall quality. I'm not saying that to bash either. I'm just saying both games have developed well past their roots, right? And you probably think, well, where's WoW Vanilla sit with there? Well, like it or not, WoW Vanilla is kind of like FF14 1.0, or, more accurately, 1.17. Because both of them were kind of in a similar space. Very experimental, very pushing the envelope. Had no idea it was going to be the thing that it turned out to be. All kinds of stuff like that. And then they sat down and they're like, okay, we need to turn this into something that's actually going to sit and work for a while. And thus we got both ARR and BC. And while both of them have some severe flaws, and they do, there's still some good there. You notice we have given plenty of positives, even just to the expansion stuff. Yeah, don't mind my fell strider here. Everything's cool. Everything's cool. Being ridden by a void shadow breeze here.
Anu Belore Delana.
You here to help? Excellent. The battle against the Imani trolls has taken a toll on us, and capable fighters such as yourselves are always welcome.
We will have justice.
Ours are not the vast kingdoms of the humans and the orcs. All we have left of our lands in Azeroth lies mostly before your eyes. Until we can reach Outland, remember that point, we must defend what little land we have at any cost. Our uncivilized neighbors to the southeast, the Imani, certainly have a different opinion regarding the ownership of these lands. Their daily raids are something we can't tolerate anymore. Go to their settlements and teach them a lesson.
Shorel Oran. Our enemies will fall.
The Imani and the Sin'dorei have a long history of mutual dislike and open hostility. That doesn't prevent me from appreciating a fellow craftsman's work. I've come across pieces of Imani weaponry, and I must admit, I'm impressed by the quality of their work. It's rumored that spearcrafter Otembe wields a magical hammer that is so light and well-balanced, it allows him to work with great dexterity and efficiency. If you bring me the tool, I'll use it to craft you a weapon.
The reckoning is at hand.
And I'll explain this briefly because I don't want anyone to lose this plot thread, because it's actually an extremely powerful plot thread. The reason they're already talking about going to Outland... So, this will come up several times, but in summary, Kael'thas has been sending intel and info, and by that I mean misinformation and propaganda, back to the Blood Elves of Silvermoon. And he's been trying to get recruits and pilgrims to try and reach him on Outland, and then come to him and join his Sun Fury forces. He's been trying to sell Outland and his particular new kingdom as a holy land. This wonderful promised land for the elves. It finally will be able to make Blood Elves great again. Sorry. And, I mean, that's kind of actually not even a joke. It really is the direction he's pushing this in. And a lot of people here, well, they're not doing so hot. If there's anything I've impressed upon you sufficient, I need you to understand just how badly the Blood Elves have been doing for the last several years. So having your former ruler suddenly get back in touch with you and say, hey, I've got a solution. Most people just cling to that as hard as they can, and that's going to be a huge plot thread for quite a bit, actually, for most of BC. There's also one other asterisk to that, which I'd love to show you, but I actually can't. So all you need to know is that he sent back a Naru as a gift. You might think, what's the significance of that? That is actually hugely significant. So Naru, in very, very brief, are light entities. Most of the different fundamental forces of the universe have at least one entity that is very, very much just that, right? There are fell creatures, there are natural creatures, there are shamanistic, elemental creatures, there are undead, or rather death, actually more accurately, creatures, etc., right? Naru are of light and void. We don't need to get into that right now. So, the light entities of the Naru are tremendously powerful arcane creatures. So, when the Blood Elves, let me use my terminology correctly, when the Sun Fury first attacked the Tempest Keep, which is the Naru spaceship, and conquered it, they found it almost completely undefended except for one Naru who gave no resistance. That's Ma'uru. Remember that name, it's going to come up several times. Ma'uru, Kael'thas took Ma'uru and decided to send it back to here, to Silvermoon, as a bounty and a gift. The reason why is because the magic-starved Blood Elves could actually tap Ma'uru for sustenance, for magical energy. But also, Ma'uru could also operate as a sort of a splint. Because a lot of the Blood Elves were so damaged by the destruction of the Sunwell that their connection to the light was damaged too. Now you're probably thinking, well, hang on, but light is powered by faith. Yes, but most faith cannot exist in a vacuum. That's why I call it a splint. Ma'uru is not directly connecting us to the light. I'm saying this wrong. They're not draining light energy from Ma'uru. Instead, Ma'uru is serving as a bridge to allow the Blood Elves to reconnect with the light. And once they do, they can find their faith, and paladins can continue to exist, and priests continue to exist, and blah, blah, blah. Remember, Blood Elves are really, really big about light. And yeah, this is how Blood Elf paladins exist, by the way. There was a whole series of quests about it, which we're going to just gloss over here. Anyways, so Ma'uru is this huge boon for the Blood Elven people. It helps them to sustain them, to prevent them from becoming wretched, and it also reconnects them with the light, which they all revere and want in their lives. Cool. All of that's good stuff. And now Kael'thas is calling for a pilgrimage to Outland to join him in his new promised land. So as you might imagine, a lot of Blood Elves wants to do that. Problem. How do you get to Outland at this point historically? The answer, for lack of a better way to do it, is you can't. As of this exact moment in time, the Dark Portal is closed. We'll talk about that when we get there. Remember, this is technically happening during the early vanilla stuff. Because of how expansions are with starter zones, some of the starter zone stuff actually happens in the previous expansion timeline-wise. And then, vanilla happens. And then the Dark Portal opens. So we're actually over here, timeline-wise, okay? So, at the moment, there really is no actual way to get back to Outland. But someday we'll go on our pilgrimage, and all of us will flee this wretched, accursed land, and we'll find our new promised land in the Netherstorm. Anyways, sorry for that little side thing, but it's something important to keep in mind in the back of your head. Now, hang on. Mr. Red asked two questions, because he desperately wants me to not do these quests. Question number 1. Do I think the Amani could have ever made peace with the Blood Elves? Absolutely. The irony is, the moment the High Elves became the Blood Elves was the perfect time for the Amani to reach out the hand of peace and cooperation. And that could have led to a sea change in a lot of ways. Because the Amani, in several ways, are kind of like the Blood Elves. They don't have a lot of numbers, they don't have a lot of resources, but they have a lot of expertise. The Amani are pretty damn good at what they do. And so combine those two, the knowledge and tech, functionally, of those two powers, and you would have had a strong force there. Now, it's understandable why that wouldn't happen. I'm not trying to say that it would be an easy thing. But if there was any time for that to happen, it would have been here. Instead, the Amani decided to take advantage of the Blood Elves' weakness and launch multiple attacks, including the ones we're about to be dealing with, and a raid, which we'll be doing much later. Mr. Red also asks, do I think the Wretched existed before Arthas' visit to Quel'Thalas? Abso-frickin-lutely yes. Due to the nature of how elves work in general, Wretched have probably been around for millennia at this point. They were just extremely rare. This is a really bad example, but it's like the flu in real life, right? Nowadays, if you catch the flu, you're fine, because we have ways of dealing with catching the flu. A lot of people tend to forget that the flu used to be fatal. Similar concept. I know that's not a perfect analogy, but similar concept. And since I'm getting even more questions, I don't think I can actually show this. Hang on, let me switch to... let's do warrior. And polearms. There they are. Yeah, we got stuff like this. Go away. I know that doesn't look like a polearm, but then we got stuff like this, we got stuff like this, and stuff like this. There's a few polearms in this game. There's quite a few. Well, I could have used the bubonic plague, but I have no idea about the bubonic plague, so obviously I can't use that.
The eternal sun guides us.
Priest, here's my request. For reasons I can't go into now, I decided to shut down my nearby school. A few days ago, I sent one of my pupils, apprentice Larothilus, with a very... okay, I read that wrong. I decided to shut down my school, and a few days ago, I sent one of my pupils, apprentice Larothilus, there with this very task. I have not heard back from her since. Will you go to the Duskwither Spire and check on her to make sure she's well? You'll find it by heading north on the path and then go right when the road branches.
Remember the
Also,
sun.
once again, notice there's actual directions. How strange. Yeah, there's no one-handed spears. There's only two-handed spears. So not everyone can actually use them.
Choose wisely.
And we'll go ahead and grab some... I don't see it. Is it not her?
We will have justice.
Is it you?
State your business.
Hang on. Oh, I don't remember who sells it. It is him. I must have just completely missed it.
I have one-of-a-kind items.
Oh, there it is. Usually it's at the end. That's why I just glossed over it there.
Shurelaron.
That's a good point. You can't launch yourself into the air unless you're playing a warrior or a rogue or a demon hunter. Right, you have a mount, Lore. Remember, you have a mount. Now this is an appropriate Blood Elven mount. This is as good a time as any to talk about something. So you may have been thinking to yourself, Lore, everything I've heard about the Blood Elves is that they're evil. So there's actually a reason for that, and the answer is bad writing. We'll talk about this individually as we go, but the Blood Elves and the Forsaken both have the same general problem in that some of the writers, at certain points in WoW's history, think of the Horde as the bad guys. I don't mean like morally gray or complicit or standard polity stuff or having bad eggs. No, I mean the bad guys, right? You know, capital B, capital G. The concept of they're just evil and you don't have to think about it. So, as a consequence, over the years, some of the writers have written, you know, Blood Elves to be like, I can't wait to get in there and slowly torture them horribly. Or, you know, like the Forsaken will be like, yes, and then I'll eat them alive while they're still screaming. And it's like, yeah, okay. Now, thank God that's mostly a thing of the past, but as you might imagine, there's some issues with that which have bled forward and has caused a lot of arguments among the player base over the years. And yeah, Pillars of Snow is right. It's because the Horde, the demonic Horde, were the bad guys. Definitively and 100% during Warcraft 1 and Warcraft 2. It's almost like everyone forgets that Warcraft 3 even exists. Like, I've never forgotten one of the first interviews they ever gave about Warcraft 3. Back when the game wasn't even the same format. It was actually going to be like a squad-based behind, like, well, actually, kind of like this, actually. The camera was down here, and it was like behind the shoulder kind of a camera thing. But all the way back when they were showing off the first few gameplay bits of Warcraft 3, Metzen actually gave an interview. And he talked about how one of the biggest wants he wanted was to add more complexity to the setting. So he wanted to show how the Alliance were not the good guys, and he wanted to show how the Horde were not the bad guys. And that was right there at the inception of Warcraft 3. Anyways.
The dark times will pass. Remember the sun well.
The Magister was concerned for my well-being? How sweet. I wish he'd shown such interest before when we were at the Spire. That doesn't matter now. Please listen to me carefully. I have a favor to ask of you.
Be ready for anything. Salama.
As you may know, Magister Duskwither sent me back here to shut down the power sources that feed the Spire. There are 3 of them, each located in a different place inside. Unfortunately, I appear to be too late, and Duskwither Spire has been completely overrun with strange magical creatures. While I haven't the expertise to accomplish this task, surely a priest such as yourself could do so easily.
We will have justice.
Also, the groundskeeper has gone missing. Someone must have forgotten to tell him to leave when the Magister and everyone else did. I know he's still here somewhere, but I dare not go looking for him myself with all the magical creatures roaming about. Will you find him for me and make sure he's alright?
Remember the Sunwell.
Dude, I remember when people were mad about the fact that the Horde weren't evil in WoW, and my first reaction was, did you play Warcraft 3? It's like, I'm sorry. I'm trying to think of an example of how stupid this is. Let me try to construct one in my head. Give me a second. Because it's very, very stupid on several levels. Okay, hang on. Okay, this is not a good analogy, but just bear with me for a second. Imagine for a moment that a new Star Wars movie comes out, and it's set after Return of the Jedi, okay? And when people see the launch to it, they're like, well, where the hell's Obi-Wan? Why isn't Obi-Wan in this? Yeah, by the way, we actually talked about these earlier. This is kind of what I meant when I talked about the arcane literally floating in the air structures. Listen, we don't need no stinking gravity around here. We're blood elves! I suppose I should talk a little bit about the class I'm playing. Let's talk about Shadow first. We've already kind of talked about arms over on Warrior. So Shadow Priests obviously are... they're kind of weird. They fulfill a strange niche. They're builders and spenders of casters. You know, ironically, I have no counter-argument for that, Blade Deval, but it doesn't change my opinion or perspective at all, if that makes any sense. Like, the only answer I could give to those people is boo frickety-hoo. Like, I'm sorry. Okay, maybe I need to do a better analogy. Let's try something better. Okay, so, let's assume that, okay, we'll go back to Star Wars, okay? There's a movie that comes out right after Return of the Jedi. Like, as in, like, in real life terms. So Return of the Jedi came out, and 2 years later, Returnier of the Jedi comes out. And people go look at it, and they haven't had time to watch Return of the Jedi. And so they all get super pissed, because Palpatine's not in it. And Vader's not in it. Where's Darth Vader? Because the last movie I watched was Empire Strikes Back. And therefore, I want to be catered to, because I don't have time to follow your linear storytelling and your continuity. Like, it's so petty. Sorry. I need to stress this because people were being really dumb when WoW came out. Like, it was pretty bad. I honestly legitimately believe to this day that one of the reasons the WoW player base has bad rep is because of the lead up to and launch of vanilla. Because from my personal experience, that's when WoW players were at their worst. You've discovered what appears to be an investigative journal left behind by Magister Duskwither. A brief scan of its contents reveals a shocking attempt to filter corrupted magic flows, which might explain what happened here at Duskwither. Actually, as a question, and this is going to sound strange, for those of you who have not played WoW, what is your... like, from your answer, what is the reputation of the WoW player base right now? Be honest. Keep in mind, I'm not asking you what it literally is, because obviously whatever you're going to tell me is probably going to be false. I'm curious of what their rep is. While we're here, I just want to enjoy the view for a second. I like the flame stylings and the foliage down there. It's a nice touch. Gentlemen and scholars. Well, no. You can see a bit of the forest over there. It's actually funny. Again, I'm not trying to make any point. It's just interesting. We don't talk about Asmongold viewers. They don't exist. Yeah, elitist, impatient, intolerant, raid-oriented. I wonder how much of that rep is whose fault at what point in time. I don't even have an answer to that. It's just interesting to think about how crazy it is that a game can be the way that it is, and people just look at it and say, oh, isn't that the such and such? And let me use a comparison for this really quick. Recently I did the Zelda block, and I covered a game called Four Swords Adventures, and the overwhelming majority of people popped into game and were like, how are you playing this solo? Because the overwhelming majority of people had the extremely wrong impression that it was a 4-player only game. It's not. But that reputation persists 20 years after that game came out. Well, see, the funny thing here is, let me go ahead and tell you, in reality land, no reputation, what a typical WoW player is. There is no such thing. One of the reasons WoW has had the staying power that it has is because of the fact that it doesn't have a niche. As weird as that sounds, it is kind of the opposite of a niche. It appeals to a gargantuan different groups of player bases. There is room here for people who just want to roam and enjoy a world. There's room for people who enjoy questing, who enjoy story, who enjoy pushing themselves. There is extremely difficult solo content, extremely difficult group content, extremely difficult scaling group content, extremely difficult raid scaling group content. There's PvP, there's rated PvP, there's team PvP, there's objective-based PvP. You get the idea, right? There's pet battles. I actually know a couple of people, I haven't talked to them in a while, so I guess I should say knew, a couple of people who all they do is the Pokemon stuff. And trust me, there's a lot of Pokemon stuff. You see this 946 Pokemon I have? Yeah, that's not even half. That's not even half of what there is in this game. And yeah, Blade Tavol is absolutely correct. Everything you're hearing about, whatever opinion you have about a reputation, is the loud majority. Now, I have to add an asterisk to that, because that's all speaking from the perspective of the Americas, that is to say North and South America and a couple other places. Because obviously, and for self-apparent reasons, I cannot interact with anyone else anywhere else. So, like, for example, Linarith is like, people kick me out of dungeons. I don't see that here. But I'm on a different server group than she is. So I will never see the players she does, and she will never see the players that I do. So that's over there. I'm not even actually sure where Lunarith lives exists, like what server group she's on. So I don't even know how to speak to that. Shrug, right? And of course, I can only tell you anecdotal from what I've interacted with and what people I know interact with, but I have met so many cool people who are friendly and affable and cooperative and understanding and just generally cool people for years. This isn't even like a minority thing. The assholes in WoW are so rare to me that I have to actually search back in my memory to find my most recent example. Well, give me a second. I think it would be during Legion. It's funny you say that, Claude. I did quite a few mythics back in Dragonflight. It was the first time I really dipped my toes into mythics since Legion. It was super chill with a bunch of people who are just there to help and push forward. And they were actually giving me some decent advice on a couple of things. I actually adjusted my build a little bit on my tank as a purpose of that. No, it's a valid thing to talk about, Rax, because the problem is, as whether this has any basis in reality or not doesn't matter, because perception affects reality. Just look at the value of any given currency for an example of this. So anybody who, perceives something is going to have a different experience or lack of experience walking in. let me use a random example. Let's assume for a moment that, this is made up, of course, let's assume for a moment that FF14's player base had the same horrible rep that, for example, Lunaruth just mentioned. And that was just the reputation of FF14 players. No basis in reality, right? There's probably some... I've met assholes in FF14 more recently than in a while, funnily enough. But, you know, they're cool, right? FF14 players are cool. They have been for a very, very, very long time. So, if that reputation existed, how many people do you think would dodge the game entirely? Never even be willing to give it a shot? Or, almost worse, would never engage with the community? All you have to do is picture one person who refuses to do a group with randos because they're afraid of what kind of people they interact with to understand how much of a problem this could have. Anyways, I don't really have anything to talk about here. This is just an interesting topic to bring up. Now I have two other things to talk about here. So, let's talk about narrative first. So first and foremost, obviously floating, castle kind of towery stuff in a society that's currently having magical shortages is certainly its own concept. But part of the funny thing about this is a lot of Blood Elven structures can't exist without magic. I mean, literally, obviously, but what I mean by that is the architecture isn't sound. By simple physics, the building won't stay up, right? Like, the building won't actually be cool. I know. You notice I've been just standing here this whole time, Mr. Red. So, yeah, no, it's just like, And so it kind of makes sense that they would keep the magic pumped in. After all, they don't want to lose their buildings. But then think about this from that whole economic perspective I mentioned earlier. These buildings are probably a constant drain on their resources that they can't really afford. Oh, that's right. What are we here to do? We're here to shut down the spire. And think about how many other buildings have just been abandoned because they just kind of can't afford to upkeep them anymore. Whatever gain they got from them wasn't really worth it anymore. Now you're probably thinking, well, why did they keep this one up so fast, for so long? Well, if you were paying attention to that journal that we got earlier, this was specifically a spot where they were trying to find other sources of magical energy. In this specific case, they were trying to find sources of fel energy or undead energy and purify that, trying to use that energy in order to then essentially convert it into arcane energy. You're probably thinking, does that work? No, it does not, which is why they gave up. And once they no longer have that potential usage for this place, it's no longer worth the expenditure. So they send us to shut it down. Make sense? And yeah, that's what I'm thinking as Minister. So why am I cloaked in shadows? That's the second thing I wanted to talk about. I am a shadow priest. I am filled with doubt about my abilities and my capabilities, my fundamental thoughts about life, the world, and everything around me. And as a consequence, I have the ability to channel the energies of the void. I know it sounds weird to say that doubt is the source of its power, but it really is. It's the simplest way to put it. It is, in many ways, the total opposite of faith, that sort of certainty in something. Because remember, faith is not... actually, a lot of people in real life would probably give into the void if that was a thing. Faith means knowing the truth and then starting from that point. Doubt means not knowing the truth and starting from that point. Both can lead to the truth. Both can lead to a greater understanding. But your starting point is different between void and faith, right? Now, that's actually an interesting question, Master Man. But the answer is not directly, but they have to be because they're using void powers. They're not even using shadowy powers, which can come from other sources. For example, you can use fel magic to channel shadowy energy. No, these guys are using void directly and specifically. I mean, for God's sakes, one of our abilities is to channel the Idol of Cthulhu, which has a chance to spawn a void tendril that channels Mind Flay or Void Lash, or a Void Lasher that channels Mind Seer on my target. We're using void, and we do know exactly how void operates. But like I said, that's all narrative stuff. What we need to talk about is how extremely dangerous what we're doing is. So, a lot of power sources are much, much, much more dangerous to utilize than just arcane. Actually, hang on. Let me pause. Let me read this quest.
Yes.
Who are you? You're not one of the apprentices. Oh, you're sent here to clean up this mess, no doubt.
Hold your head high.
It's horrible, I tell you. Strange things happening in the spire. Magister and his apprentices run off. And next, no, the whole grounds is overrun with magical beasties. And too told old Wilthillian. No one, that's who. Priest, you gotta help me clear out some of these things. I cannot maintain the grounds while these anomalies are running amok.
Stay the course.
Exactly. Pelagius Noah is correct. So, yeah, holy can also use fire. So the end source of your magic might be a little bit different, but the source of your magic does matter. So we've got shamanistic, natural, arcane, holy, shadow, void, excuse me, death, and fell. I believe that's all of them. I might have missed one in there. Each of those comes from a different source and operates a little bit differently in its rules. I've actually talked about all these briefly before, so I'm going to give you a very brief summary. Fell is the easiest to pick up, the most damaging and powerful, and the most dangerous by a huge margin. Fell burns. So, Fell actually burns life in order to fuel itself. So you can cast a lot of Fell very quickly and then probably fall over. Or you could find someone else to fuel your life. I mean, that's a thing you can do. That's up to you. I'm not saying you have to go burn other people's lives to keep fueling your magic, but, you know, you could keep that magic if you burn other people's lives instead of your own. Just saying. Just a suggestion. Just putting it out there. I've already told you what holy is, which is, of course, faith. Void, which is doubt. Arcane is knowledge. Arcane is kind of what you typically think of when you think of a wizard, like in Dungeons & Dragons. Anybody can learn arcane magic because it's just understanding how to follow through the patterns of existence. You know, like, if I do this, and I do this, and I do this, then I produce a formula, and that formula changes something about reality, and that's arcane magic. Yeah, arcane is math. That's a really good way to put that. Natural magic is kind of exactly what it sounds like. It is the magic of nature, which is natural things, animals, plants, and spirits. And then, of course, the magic of death is kind of self-explanatory. And I know what you're thinking. Undeath. Undeath is a branch of death. Death itself is its own form of magic, which we'll talk about much later. Does life regenerate over time? It can. However, there are some examples in universe of specifically of warlocks even, who have burned themselves so hard that they never really recover from that.
What business have you?
I suppose that'll have to do now. Thanks for the help, priest. We're up to 4 thank yous. I can only hope this mess gets cleaned up before the Magister returns. Here, take some pocket change. It's not much, but it's all I have at the moment. Feel free to dispatch a few more beasties on the way out, if you would be so kind.
Keep your wits about you.
Sure thing, groundskeeper. Yeah, unjokingly, player warlocks and player demon hunters are constantly under the gun. You can use Fell relatively safely if you use it in moderation. Actually, yes. But again, it is very dangerous. A comparison I've heard before, I'm not sure I agree with this, is comparing Fell to nuclear power. It's something that can be fairly safely used if you know what you're doing, if you have safeguards, if you have protocols, and if you have talented people who are in charge of making sure that, you know, everything is functioning as it should. But any screw-up is pretty devastating, usually. So most screw-up, let me phrase that a bit. Most screw-ups tend to be pretty devastating. Now we're going to turn to another quest.
State your business.
I can't be certain from this distance. Have you already shut down the power?
The reckoning is at hand.
I'm grateful for your assistance, but I'm saddened to hear some of my fellow apprentices have fallen to their addiction. With the power to the fire cut off, I think I could stay a while and make sure things calm down enough for me to sneak in and retrieve their remains.
Shurelaran.
I have one last favor to ask you. Would you please relay what transpired here to Magister Duskwither? Let him know that I am well, but make certain he is aware that some of his apprentices have become wretched. Thanks for your help. That's 5 now. Oh, gosh.
Ashalanore.
All magic has an addictive property to it. Let me stress that word for just a second. All. We don't hear a lot about how other magic tends to be addictive, but it is. Now, having said that, the writers themselves have changed their minds periodically on how addictive certain magic is specifically. For example, a lot of people refer to the elves' addiction as an addiction, but it's actually not, to be quite frank. It's kind of like saying, Maverick, you're addicted to water. We need to cut you back, man. You're drinking too much. Stop drinking the water, Maverick. Stop drinking. Yeah, dependency is a better word. Having said that, one thing that's been consistent for many years is that fel magic specifically is actually addictive. I know that was a roundabout way of answering you. But fel magic does have an addictive quality to it. Using it makes you feel good. And that is exactly as dangerous as that sounds.
State your business. Our enemies will fall.
Oh, he's doing his animation right now. Yeah, he throws the book down there. And then he burns the sucker. Good riddance. And then she'll be able to repeat my mistakes. That's a good question, Fife, and I don't have an answer for that.
The dark times will pass. We will have justice.
I was too late. It's all my fault. My investigations into purifying alternative magic sources got out of hand before I could put a stop to it. If only I'd gone myself. Or if they'd listened to me and heeded my warnings. I have enough blood on my hand, priest. I thank you for putting to rest the tortured souls of my former apprentices. It's some small consolation they will not linger in the state where a blood elf is better off dead.
Keep your wits about you.
And this is the journal. This is what started all of this in the first
We will have
place.
justice.
Here it is. Proof of my crime. Proof of my ill-conceived studies. Heedless of the warnings, I continued my research until it was too late. Then when I grasped my error, I did what I could. But by then my pupils had already gone too far. I evacuated the spire to get them away from the corruption, but in my haste, I forgot to shut down the power source. I will burn this tome, so no one else falls prey to its contents. I only wanted to help the Sindorai.
Keep your wits about you.
And this is when he burns the thing, which you've technically already seen, so we're just going to move on. Well, he's burning that. So I give you a very, very, very brief overview of the different magic sources. And all classes in-game draw from one of those magic sources or another, except for warriors and rogues for some freaking reason. Look at that in a second. Now, someone earlier mentioned, well, hang on, what about like wind and fire and etc.? So, weirdly enough, elemental magic is not actually a magical source. Oh, hi, Pillars of Snow. I like the name. Elemental magic tends to come... Whoa, that's the wrong button. There we go. Elemental magic tends to come as a result of other magic. So, I'm explaining this kind of wrong, so let me try this again. The elements obviously exist, but they're kind of a subset of natural magic, right? And the elements themselves tend to be more attached to the material plane than everything else, which is why they're a subset of natural magic. So, like, for example, I can become a fire shaman by tapping into a fire elemental who becomes my patron, right? And thus I can cast shamanistic magic thanks to such a thing. Or I could tap into a Loa and use that to cast voodoo magic. Or I could tap into another Loa that doesn't call themselves a Loa, but they totally are, and then I could cast things like, Mist Weaver abilities, stuff like that. All of that, the shamanistic is actually one of the broadest categories of magic in this setting. It's also, weirdly, one of the safer ones, because there's really no downside in and of itself. Like, there's no detriment to just casting shamanistic magic, unlike Void and Fel, for example. The difference is that all of the downside comes from who exactly your patron is. Some people draw it from ancestors, some people draw it from the land directly, some people draw it from a powerful individual, some people draw it from a whole group of individuals, some people draw it from a subdimension. You get the idea. Some people force it. Don't force it. Pro tip: don't try to bound the entity that gives you your magical power. Yeah, the Twilight's Hammer absolutely did some really messed up stuff with shamanistic magic. This is also why so many members of the Twilight's Hammer death cult were shamans. Not a lot of people pick up on that, but it's true. Yes, Wild God and Loa are completely interchangeable. I prefer the term Loa because I think it's a little bit more accurate, and frankly, it's a little bit more endemic to this setting in particular. Like, the term wild god could apply to pretty much any setting, but Loa is something that's at least kind of unique to Warcraft. Also, we've already seen the Loa of Khorne. He was cool. Anyways, yeah, you know, exactly, Poses. The shamans tend to act like D&D warlocks. Does this setting have a parallel to Ether? So the closest... There's actually two answers to that, Lunarith. The closest parallels to Ether in this setting would be either or souls or anima. Souls are kind of their own building blocks, just like Ether is in FF14. And so most of the setting is built on souls. Like, the overwhelming majority of how... Like, if you really, really, really zoom in the camera on how this setting operates, most of it is sitting on the backs of souls. Souls, after they die, can then produce anima. And anima is the... No, not mana. Anima. Anima is the building blocks of the afterlife, and that's how the afterlife operates and functions. Everything in the afterlife is built off of anima. And so there's your two building blocks, the building block of the afterlife and the building block of the actual living life. And you notice how the two are intertwined.
Who you be?
Come closer, man. Don't be afraid, Vengeance is not going to hurt you. As Darkspears be mortal enemies of the Amane, just like you. Their boss, Zul'Marash, is evil troll. He give me bad poison, leave me encaged to die. I'm not afraid of dying, man. I seen death in the eye, I laugh at her. But I cannot die in peace yet, man. Not till Zul'Marash be dead too. You'll find him across the lake of Zebwata. I hold this poison off till you bring me his big ugly head, man. Only then can I die peacefully.
Lita.
Pretty much, Lunarith. That is pretty much the loop. Now, there's a lot of things wrong with the Shadowlands expansion. But I actually think that's one of the cooler things. From a narrative perspective, I actually kind of like the idea of the constructed afterlife, because it is a built thing. It was designed. Whoops, I went the wrong way. And how it helps life, and how life helps it. There is, as you say, Lunarith, a nice loop between the two that keeps things going, which is good, because fundamentally, if that loop didn't exist, the Burning Legion's crusade probably would have already succeeded. Something that's only mentioned a couple of times in Shadowlands, kind of a failure on their part, as with so many other failures with Shadowlands, is the fact that the Burning Legion's crusade really dumped a lot of souls into the afterlife. You know, billions of souls that were not supposed to die at that point in time. Because, you know, the Burning Legion goes around and kills planets. So... Yeah, no, for those of you not aware, the 4 realms we see in Shadowlands, those are not the only afterlives, not the only spots. It's just the only ones we work on. Now, in the interest of fairness, that's also partially Blizzard's fault for not emphasizing that, because you'll notice the overwhelming majority of things deal with not just the 4 realms, but the 4, whatever they're called, first ones, or ancient ones, or eternal ones, or whatever. The jackasses, the robots, let's call them what they are. The robots who are actually in charge of that. Empowered death to defeat Fel. Well, that did literally happen. Yeah, we also got the other side in Shadowlands. One of my favorite dungeons from that expansion, actually. Although you don't understand the language of these battle plans, you clearly make out a map marking the positions of the Farstrider Retreat and the Fairbreeze Village. Most entities in universe are not aware of the Shadowlands or how they operate. Most people who die and then are brought back in undeath, for example, don't come back with concrete memories of the after-death thing. Wouldn't Sargeras know about the Realms of Death? Of course he would. It's okay, the jailer was behind everything. Don't worry about it. I will never stop making fun of that.
Hello, man.
You bring me Zul'Marash's head.
Spirits be with ya, man.
Yeah, man. Zul'Marash had this coming. He burned down Vajasi's village. I killed many Amani before they put me in this cage. I hide something to descend. My gift for you now. Ah! The poison. It's spread now on. Time to rest.
Stay away from the voodoo.
Anyways, yeah, let's stop talking about Shadowlands. I actually have current stuff to talk about right now. So... okay, cool. It is true, Huthor. People are going to be shocked when I give pluses to Sylvanas in Shadowlands. They're going to be shocked. So, let's talk about priests from a gameplay perspective for a second. Now, just like we only really talked about arms that last time, we're only really going to talk about Shadow right now. But for the perspectives of comparison, let me go ahead and tell you the 3 specs of priest. So, Discipline, Holy, Shadow. This is the only class in the game that has 2 healer specs. Discipline... okay, so Discipline... The developers keep changing their minds on what Discipline is and should be. I have my own opinions on that, of course, but the truth is, they need to just pick a lane and stick with it. They need to finally just say, this is what Discipline is, and walk away from it. I'll go ahead and give my opinion really quick. Discipline should be a buff spec, just like Augmentation is. And then everyone hates me. So, Holy is actually another... So let's just move on from Discipline, because it's hard to even describe Discipline because it has such identity issues. It's supposed to be like more of a utility DPS buff healer. At some point in times, it was all about bubbles. At some point in time, it's all about, you know, bouncing heals. It's a whole thing. We'll get there. We'll get there. Holy. Holy is, of course, the heal spec. The way to explain Holy is it's actually kind of simple, but I really like how Holy operates. The idea is Holy has 3 really big heals. 1 single target, 1 AoE. Actually, sorry. So there's actually 4. I'm sorry. So there's a really big single target heal. There's a really big AoE heal. There's an even bigger AoE heal hot. And then there's a big nuke, which does damage, okay? Now, you're probably thinking, okay, but what's the point of having a healer spec with tons of huge cooldowns? Well, the way Holy works is each of those big nukes has other abilities that you also use in order to then reduce the cooldown of your big nukes. And so while Holy is not technically a builder-spender, in many ways it kind of operates the same way as one. Because what you're constantly trying to do is balance the needs of the moment with trying to bring your cooldowns down, and then having your cooldowns ready when you actually need them. It creates this loop of constantly trying to manage, you know, immediate throughput, cooldown reduction, and cooldown usage. I actually really like Holy, if it's not obvious. In fact, it's my second favorite Holy spec in the game. Then there's Shadow. Shadow is, of course, damage. I started talking about this. Shadow is kind of strange because it doesn't have a cohesive identity in gameplay loop like most things do. Shadow is a builder-spender, which is actually very strange for a caster. Most builder-spender classes are melees or hunters or something like that. Like a warrior or a rogue, to use 2 examples of that. So Shadow, you build Insanity, which is this little bar right here underneath my health there, and then you spend Insanity. Did I say Holy? I apologize. Let me explain that more clearly. Holy is my second favorite healer spec, which is what I was trying to say. If you're curious, the first is Resto Druid. What does Builder Spender mean? I use this ability, and it builds this resource. I can then spend that resource on a much better ability. That's a Builder Spender. It's a very fundamental class design. FF14 uses this, Diablo 3 uses this. A lot of games use the concept of the Builder Spender. I forget where it came from originally. It's an old concept. Goes back to the early aughts at the least. Imagine if in Chrono Trigger you cast Lightning 1, in order to be able to cast Lightning 2. So Shadow, right? So let's actually talk about Shadow for a second. Right now, Shadow's fairly basic, because we're still in the 1 through 25 or whatever it is range. But right now, we have our big nuke, but that has a cooldown. It also generates a decent chunk of Insanity. Dot generates Insanity. and Mind Flay, which generates a fairly large amount of insanity and slows them. You've probably seen me doing this several times. Let me just find a random target. Mind Flay does this. So you see the loop immediately, right? You start off with the cast time to get the nuke. Hang on, let me get something that's going to live longer than 5 seconds. Exactly 5. No, Holy's... I love Holy so much. Alright, so we start with the cast time before we even an aggro, then we get the dot, and then while they're charging to us, we slow them. And that's pretty much the initial loop for Shadow right there. Oh, absolutely, Cloden. I would not want to be a Shadow Priest in lore. That would suck. Once we gain enough insanity, we can cast it, Devouring Plague. So Devouring Plague, I actually mentioned this briefly earlier, is a very good dot. It's worth noting that if we crank our insanity to max, which is 100 at the moment, you can only cast 2 Devouring Plagues. It does an immediate bit of damage, then it does damage over time, and it also heals you for the damage dealt. So it's a really big, really powerful, survival-focused dot on top of everything else you're doing. And also, channels aren't the same as dots, but also fulfill a similar function. This is the first time we've seen channels. So channels usually, in terms of math, are a little bit better than other spells in some way or another, because of the fact that you can't do anything while they're happening. So while you're sitting here channeling, I'm stuck. I can't move, I can't cast, I can't do anything. So channels tend to have something that makes that channel more worthwhile. In this case, it's probably the slow, but it's also worth noting that Mind Flay is a great source of insanity, ironically. So that's where we're at right now. So let's go ahead and grab a few talents, shall we? Since we haven't really started doing this. So we've already picked up Shadow or Death, apparently? Why is that not on my bar? So that's our Execute. I've actually talked about the Execute concept. In this case, it does shadow damage to my target. If my target is not killed by it, I take damage equal to 5% of my max health. Its damage, however, is increased by 2.5 times to any target who's below 20% health. So, Shadow or Death is a variant on your typical Execute. Execute, on a warrior, can only be used if they're low on health or if you get a proc. Shadow or Death can be used regardless, but if it isn't the killing blow spell, I take damage from using it. However, while the enemy is in Execute range, which is 20% and lower, it does a ton more damage. It also has a lower cooldown than it used to, so that's cool. So, we've got Shadow or Death, cool. We also want to pick up Death and Madness. If our Shadow or Death fails to kill a target, its cooldown is reset. Cannot occur more than once every 10 seconds. If a target dies within 7 seconds after being struck, you gain 8 insanity. So that's a bit of a buffer state kind of a thing, to make that a little bit better. If you're paying attention, what would happen then is if it's below 20% health, and I hit someone and it doesn't kill them, I can then cast it immediately right after. Thing is, I still take the damage from the first cast, because it... Yes, thank you, game. Because it didn't actually kill them. But I get another shot at killing them with the second death. So I get, like, another charge there, essentially. Now, that can only occur once every 10 seconds, so I can't just keep spamming that. However, it's also worth noting that when I hit them with that, they get a debuff called Death and Madness. Death and Madness lasts 7 seconds. If they die while Death and Madness is on them, I gain insanity. So this just makes Shadow or Death better in every way. We're, of course, going to grab that. As usual, I'll raise my hand on that one, Uthor. As usual, on the left is mostly heal, and on the right is mostly damage for the priest tree. And the middle is kind of buffy stuff, which is kind of more discipline-y kind of stuff. Hey, Faked. I don't remember how to pronounce the second part, but hi. I hope you're doing as well as you can be. We do want to grab Dispel Magic, because that's just fundamentally useful. And I think we'll stop here. Over on the Shadow side, we have 3 branches we can start going down. So on the left, we have Dispersion. This is more of a live ability. It's a 2-minute cooldown, and it makes it so we take 75% less damage for 6 seconds, and it heals us for 1/4 of our max health. However, you cannot attack or use spells while in that form. You also increase your movement speed and makes you immune to movement impairing effects. You can also cast it while you're currently being CC'd. So, Dispersion is a great live ability. It's kind of a better ice block in several ways. It's a good way to be like, oh crap, I'm in a thing. Like, let's say there's this giant-ass attack from, oh, I don't know, Zekfir. I hate that fight, by the way. And this yellow patch of grass is his attack. So I could pop Dispersion and start moving out of it. And I probably won't get out of it in time. It's all on YouTube faked. It's all on the YouTube channel. It's archived as recently as last night. So I pop Dispersion, and it's still going to hit me, but I only take a quarter of the damage from it. And I'm healing, and I have a chance to get out of it while it's happening. Now you're probably thinking, how's it different from Ice Block? Well, Ice Block, as a mage, if I just pop Ice Block, I'll just sit here and be invincible. So I won't take any damage at all. So you see the variance there. Just go to lorerunner.com. All the stuff's on lorerunner.com. That's why the website's there. Website. So, our second thing is a passive ability, Shadowy Apparitions. This is what I would consider a mandatory talent, as a lot of upper talents are. So, Mind Blast, Devouring Plague, and Void Bolt all conjure apparitions that float towards the target afflicted with my Vampiric Touch and do shadow damage. The critical strikes increase the damage by double for any of those. So, to explain that a little bit, I don't even have Vampiric Touch yet. In fact, I'm not sure. Oh, I do, actually. I was going to say, why don't I have Vampiric Touch? Why are these abilities not on my bar? That is weird. The Shadow Fiend isn't even on my bar. What the hell? Anyways, moving on. Vampiric Touch is another dot I do. Now, this dot has changed many times over the years. Nowadays, it's a dot. It does damage over time. It also heals me for a portion of the damage that was dealt. So, if I hit someone who has that dot, I have a chance to essentially proc additional damage, which does double damage if it crits. Okay, so that's what that is. Then we have Silence, which is exactly what it sounds like. It is a 45-second cooldown to just say, nope, you cannot cast anything for 4 seconds. That also serves as an interrupt. It is one of the only real interrupts that priests get. All three of these are great. Since we don't really need a live ability at the moment, and Silence is something we won't get a lot of use of immediately, we're going to go and grab our Shadowy Apparitions first. And we'll just scooch that over here. And we're good. And that's Shadow Priest for the moment. And we'll talk a little bit more about it as we go. God, we're already level 14. Now, I have to pause once again. One of these days I'm going to finish this zone, I swear to God. Thank you, Clodin, as always. Always and ever appreciate your support. Thank you. Now I gotta go see what you donated first. So give me a second. God, the other problem with being partially sick is I'm dry all the time. And normally that wouldn't be much of an issue, but I talk a lot. That's going towards Deus Ex, Mankind Divided, Deus Ex, Revision, and Planescape Torment. I had someone argue that the, and I'll be looking into this, I'm not dismissing this out of hand, but I had someone argue that the level scaling should be a negative because of power dips. We'll be paying attention to that as we go, and we'll give out negatives as is relevant as we go. Because overall, I do think the level scaling thing is a net positive, and for basically the reason that Spartan just mentioned in chat.
Remember the Sunwell.
Okay.
Victory lies ahead. Death to all who oppose us.
Good work. With more people like you, we'll soon restore our lands to their former glory.
Your wits about you.
The trolls have been keeping us pinned here while planning an attack on Fairbreeze. I'm not expecting this at all.
Be ready.
Go to Fairbreeze and notify the ranger of the Amani plans. Even with Zul'Marash dead, Fairbreeze must be prepared for a troll attack. Tell Dagoli and I will send him reinforcements as soon as possible.
We will have justice. Glory to the Sindorai. Death to all who oppose us.
You've brought me Otembe's hammer?
Shorel Oran.
There's truth to the rumors. This hammer is light and strong. I will manage to complete several of my unfinished projects. And of course, I'll let you have the first pick.
The reckoning is at hand.
Yeah, no, there are negatives to this game, and I really do hope they smooth over several of them. I was doing some tech tests off camera. I can't even tell you exactly when you can do time walking and not. Or chromie time, I should be more clear. Because it seems to be inconsistent. So I got to level 71 and I couldn't time walk. Okay. So I got to level 62 and I could time walk. I got a level 67 and I could, but then on like a 64 and I couldn't. I'm not sure what the difference is there. They need to fix that, for lack of a better way to put it. They really, really, really need to smooth that over. And I hope they do. They have been showing signs of getting better over the time, because they have been. Periodically, they've been improving these systems bit by bit. Yeah, it should just be straight up 10 to 71. Because when you hit 71, currently, you're kicked out of it. Sure, that makes sense. But then why can't you go right back into it at 70? Or at 68? Like, huh? Anyways.
We will persevere.
It's so nice of my old mentor to check on me. It's too bad she lost faith in my research long ago. Don't waste your time trying to get me to return. You can either help me with my research or you can leave.
Shurelaron.
This was once a fully functional arcane sanctum before Arthas and his army of the Scourge decided to plow through it. Who is that? On their way to Silvermoon. Okay. Now it's as useful to us as any part of the Dead Scar. The soil is tainted, the undead are drawn to it, and the energy in the ley lines is completely disrupted. What I want to know is whether this taint is reversible or not. I want you to collect soil samples so I can study them. Maybe with time we can set things back to normal.
Be ready for anything.
Oh, okay. Let's go ahead and grab some soil samples. Oh, they despawned. That's why. Okay. While we're doing this, let's go ahead and take a glance at our talents. So we have a second shadow talent. I'm going to immediately get Misery. Misery makes it so that Vampiric Touch also applies Shadow Word Pain, and Shadow Word Pain lasts longer. So if you're paying attention, I'm going to leave Shadow Word Pain on the bar, at least for now, because Shadow Word Pain's an instant cast, and that's useful. But what that means in a straight fight is I've just removed an entire cast from my rotation. Because now I can put both dots on with a single cast. Oh yeah, so Fife mentioned something that needs to be mentioned. I kind of have been drifting around on talking about this. A lot of specs and classes have changed so fundamentally over the years that some information is completely out of date. The simplest way I can explain it for an FF14 player is imagine for a moment if some classes got the Summoner overhaul every expansion. I don't mean like some specific classes. I mean like this expansion, Paladins were completely changed around. And this other expansion, Warlocks are completely changed around. And this other expansion, Hunters are complete. Like survival spec used to be all about traps. Then in Legion, it became all about melee. Then in BFA, it became about being the worst spec in the game. Then back in Dragonflight, it went back to being about melee. Yeah, Demo spec over on Warlock has changed constantly. Back in, I want to say, Pandaria, Warlocks underwent a massive overhaul, for the better, in my opinion. And that overhaul made it so that you can actually be a Warlock without a pet, among other things. Please ask or be destroyed, Ross. For the question. Infinite waiting. Yes, yes. Let's put this up here. Not at all, Spartan. So, as of this exact moment in time, the Blood Elves have no diplomatic ties to the rest of the Horde, with the sole exception of Sylvanas, who is actively reaching out to the Blood Elves constantly right now. So the level cap for BFA is... You know, I actually have no idea what it is now. Huh. So let me say this differently. The level cap for the entire game right now is 80. Oh no, these are power plants, as I mentioned earlier, Claude. And they're mandatory. So 60 to 70 is Dragonflight, and 70 to 80 is War Within. Now you're probably thinking, what about 1 to 59? Well, so Cataclysm is apparently 10 to 71. That can't be right. No, that's because I'm in time walking, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Well, I'm not even sure what it is, to be totally honest with you. It might be 35 for, like, Outland. I have no idea what it is for... I don't know. That's the thing. Because of the way the level scaling works, it's not the way it used to be. Okay, that says 45 for Suramar, so Legion is probably 45. So that would make, like, BC and Wrath, I suppose. Yep, 25. There we go. So Wrath is 25. Or I guess 30. Sorry, you're right. It would be 5 above that. So that would actually make Legion 50 then. So there you go. Vanilla BC to Legion is 1 to 50. And then 50 to 60 is Dragonflight. Even though it says 10. And then 70 to 80 is, you know, new stuff. That actually says 70 to 80. You're probably thinking, why so weird? So, the reason why is because, again, you don't have to do things in order in WoW. You can choose a particular expansion to level in, and within reason, you'll be able to do exactly that. If you decide to level through Cataclysm zones, you can start there at level 1. And if you want to level in most zones, you can start there at level 10. That's the moment you can pick Chromie time. So you can pick any expansion in the game and start leveling there at level 10, and it'll carry you up to 71. So 120 used to be BFA, I think. Yeah, that's right, because Warlords used to go to 100, Legion used to go to 110, and BFA used to go to 120. Then they went squish, and the levels were squished down a little bit.
The dark times will pass.
Are you done collecting the samples I asked for?
We will have
Excellent.
justice.
I will cast an augmentation enchantment so I can clearly analyze the taint of the soils.
Remember the Sunwell.
Such dark energy. Could this be possible?
We will persevere.
Something's wrong. I sense the presence of the Scourge.
Reckoning is at hand.
So this is a standing escort question, sometimes referred to as a defense mission.
Guides us.
This quest used to actually be easy to fail, believe it or not. Because these assholes would come, and you were not capable of killing them quickly enough, and they would kill her. And a lot of players would be doing it at the same time, too. Yeah, Kata being 85 and Pandaria being 90 was always weird. Why the squish? There's a couple of reasons for that. Oh, by the way, never use Wowpedia. Use the new wiki. They all migrated to warcraft.wiki.gg. That is the current up-to-date wiki. Am I going to play Classic BC when it comes out? Probably not, but I don't really have time for that. So that's the source of that. You know how Classic works. It's a time sink.
Our enemies will fall.
My endeavors are hopeless. The very nature of the soul has been altered. The taint is irreversible. Yep. After one attempt, it's irreversible. These people, I swear. As discouraging as my research results are, they still contain valuable data. I must have a magister review my work before it's taken seriously. Please take my notes to Dawnstrider at Fairbreeze Village. It's west
The
of here.
reckoning is at hand.
Okay. I've always assumed that the Dead Scar was deliberately blighted, because a very common tactic of the Scourge is to deliberately screw with everything around them to ease their passing, for lack of a better way to put it. Experimenting, Spartan. Every now and again, developers like to experiment with stuff just to see what sticks. The 5-level thing didn't quite stick, but actually, if you think about it, it completely did. Having only 5 levels for an expansion worked really well because it ensured there were no dead levels in that expansion. And you'll notice that's what they stuck with eventually. That's where we're at now. Because once again, there are no dead levels now.
Anu Belori Delanar.
Here's your research notes.
Hold your head
These
high.
notes are shocking. If it's correct, that means the damage on the scar is irreversible. I'll notify the Grand Master right away. More reason for our race to escape this world and find our true fate in Outland. It's the second time they brought that up.
Remember the Sunwell.
Anaria Shola.
The information you have brought is of vital importance. Now that we know the trolls have a plan of attack, we can prepare for it.
The reckoning is at hand.
Okay. We're almost done with Elwyn. Elwyn. Eversong. I don't know why I keep doing that. Let's go back and make sure the party is well equipped, shall we? I used to wear a lot of cloth gear in my paladin back in vanilla. Whenever I was healing or buffing, because cloth gear had better stats for it, and MP5.
Glory to the Sindori.
Didn't I just send you to gather up more party supplies? Was that you? Oh, I can't be expected to remember everyone's face now, can I? I meet so many interesting people. What is it you want? Oh,
Shorelaran.
you're quite the energetic young man, aren't you? This all looks very adequate. You certainly deserve compensation for gathering up all this for me, and a little something extra, I think. Oh, I almost forgot. Here's an invitation to the party. And priest, next time make sure you drop in to dress up in something a little bit more festive.
Farewell.
So yeah, now they've got little fireworks going off. And terrible food and drink. It is terrible, too. That's the really funny part. But, you know, enjoy. So there's the food. It's not even a buff food. That's a weak alcohol. Oh, well, let's delete that crap. Alright, let's finish up the zone, shall we? While we're on the way, another priest talent. I don't really want mind control, because it's kind of useless. To me. Let's grab... Yeah, how do you get a rich person to eat some poison? Simple. Just tell them it's super expensive and nobody can get a hold of it. No, Classic reset. So what they do is they launch Classic and then like they do patches as they follow the progression, eventually get to Noxuramas. And then they reset it, right? So now we're back to Molten Core, for example. No Blackwing Lair, no Encourage, no Noxuramas. I don't know what else is there, but I know that's how they're doing it. Let's go ahead and go with Prayer of Mending. So this is actually a really cool heal. There's a lot of very smart healing in WoW, which FF14 probably can't do. We've talked about this before. So the way Prayer of Mending works specifically, I give Mr. Red a buff. The next time he takes damage, it heals him, and then it jumps to another ally who's within 30 yards. And then the same thing repeats. And it'll jump 4 times total, constantly applying that on-hit heal. Over there. And yeah, if you ever think that rich people aren't stupid, remember that rich people eat shaved gold.
What business have you?
Ah, my brother sent you. I have a task I could use your assistance with.
Keep your wits
These
about
are difficult times for us. It was a very hard decision to burn the woods bordering the Ghostlands to prevent Scourge expansion. The Treants, who have been our friends for years, are now trying to foster the regrowth of the Grove alongside the Scorched Grove. This is a painful thing to ask you, but we've failed to convince our former allies to cease their endeavors. I need you to stop them by the only means that remains to us. Force.
Be ready for anything.
That's true, Savacom, although that would probably just make people stupid in general. All people are stupid. Woo! The democratization of stupidity. Sorry, Torquote. I don't know, Yura. I've never tried. So, this is wonderfully horrible of a quest chain here. If you missed that, it's kind of mentioning how... so, as I've mentioned, the Blood Elves have always had druidic connections and powers. Again, their hunters are literally druids in lore. But also, they used to have strong relations with the Greenkeepers, who used to help tend this, which is also druidic things. And there's literally a Blood Elf druid in BC, but I'm getting ahead of myself here. So, we're here. to kill these Ents. Why? Well, this is kind of a messed up situation. So what's happening here is they deliberately burnt this entire grove because it prevented ingress, or at least they think it prevented ingress from the Scourge in these areas. The Ents naturally are trying to restore the grove, because that's what Ents do. They like to restore things to natural state. But if they restore it to natural state, then the Scourge will swarm in here and corrupt it with undeath. So we're killing our allies and friends because we basically can't communicate with them what's going on here. The biggest problem with nature in general, but also in the game, is that nature does not acknowledge that we exist, except as just another thing, another obstacle. So, in many cases, you kind of can't work with nature. You can only adapt to it or push around it. It's one of the reasons why, well, although druids are technically extremely powerful in lore, that power is very, very limited because you can only express it in certain specific ways. If nature disagrees with what you're trying to do, you can't do it. And the more powerful of a druid you are, the more likely you are to agree with nature. The pendant has initials LR etched into it. Maybe those letters will mean something to the pendant's maker. Let's go talk to Lariana Riverwind here, see if she knows anything about this.
Anaria Shola. Shorel Oran.
So it is done. Curse these times that have driven us to desperate measures, and curse the Scourge. Learn this, our lands must be protected no matter the cost. We shall prevail.
Be ready for anything.
This pendant. I gave it to old Whitebark after his people helped us rebuild our village. I guess that means he's... She clears her throat as she regains her composure. I appreciate you bringing this to me. There's something I'd like to ask of you.
Death to all who
This
oppose
pendant
us.
brings back memories of a different time and a better time. But unfortunately, memories are the last thing I need right now. I want you to bury this by the runestone. It was there I first met the Treant Elder. Put my old friend's memory to rest.
The reckoning is at hand.
So, if these runestones look familiar, first of all, congratulations, bonus points. But they probably don't look familiar, because you probably haven't played Warcraft 2. There's actually a mission in Warcraft 2 dealing with these things. The demonic horde, when they were invading the elven lands, had to knock over some of these runes in order to be able to invade, because these are warding runes. Very, very, very powerful warding runes. So there was a whole thing about that in Warcraft 2. It came up briefly in Warcraft 3 when the Scourge invaded. The Scourge had a much easier time of it because they were the Scourge. Have you done enough harm? Why must you disturb my slumber? What good does this violence serve? What's done is done. I have failed my people. You've returned. Haven't you done enough? I no longer belong to this world and must admit defeat. The land has forever changed, and nothing will ever be the same. Leave the pendant here with me. Maybe one day, long after the elves are gone, a new tree will grow on this very spot, amongst a burnt forest and the husk of the dead. Positivity! Alright, I mean, the Scourge are interesting. So I mentioned earlier that there is no essence of undeath. There's only the essence of death. But if you're paying attention to how that works from a setting building perspective, what that means that undeath by its very nature is unnatural. It is a perversion of one of the elemental, excuse me, I keep calling them elemental, one of the fundamental forces. It's using the power of death to prevent death, but also life at the same time.
We will persevere.
Also, if you think about it from a very long-term perspective, if everyone was undead and neither dead nor living, the entire mechanisms of the afterlife would stop working immediately. Souls, anima, souls, anima. You must have been sent by someone at Fairbreeze Village. I knew it would be a matter of time before help arrived.
Shorel.
Ancient runestones once powered a protective barrier across the Eversong border. Some were destroyed during Arthas' attack, others were stolen. Of the 3 that remain, only this one has retained its power. The runestone to the east might be salvageable. Here, take this crystal. Instill its energy on the eastern runestone. The process should take but a minute. Beware, though, the scourge will be drawn to the energy and seek to destroy it. Don't let them.
We will have justice.
That's right, our second escort quest in Eversong. Well, protector quest. Hold the line quest? I don't know. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, no, I'm with you on that, Ross. It is what it is. Hopefully never will be again, Huthor. This is when Huthor is like, no, there are no hopes and dreams. That way. You're ridiculous, Uthor. Well, he did daze me. You know what that means. Rax will probably try out WoW sometime at the end of next year, is what I understand. In other words, never. I don't blame him. I'd much rather be playing Final Fantasy XI than Warcraft. Come on.
Anaria Shola.
Have you succeeded in powering the runestones yet?
Stay the course.
Excellent. The defenses should hold the scourge a bit longer. Thank you for lending us a hand.
Hold your head high.
That's another wonderful thing. The remaining runestones are one of the only reasons the roaming undead aren't even a worse problem. Alright, what do we got here? So we got Surge of Insanity, Psychic Link, or Thought Harvester. I like all of these. So Thought Harvester gives Mind Blast another charge. We've talked about the charge concept. Pretty much every... Charges are a good thing. So anytime you can gain charges for something is a good thing. And Mind Blast is our big nuke right now. Psychic Link. Any direct damage spell inflicts 30% of their damage on all other targets affected by Vampiric Touch. Now that sounds like a weird thing, but to explain that a little bit, if I were to Vampiric Touch like 5 targets... say, all the ads around a boss, and then start nuking the boss, the nuke damage is going to spread to AoE. Now, that's not super useful. If only we had some kind of a talent to make it so that Vampiric Touch was an automatic AoE. Anyways, not useful for us right now. Surge of Insanity. Every 2 casts of Devouring Plague transforms your next Mind Flay or Mind Spike into a more powerful version of itself. So... yeah, end statement. So, in other words, that kind of creates a combo loop. You do spells to gain Insanity, you cast 2 Devouring Plagues, your next spell is boosted as a result. We're going to go with the most basic thing, though. We're going to get more charges for Mind Blast because charges are good. Would I rather play FF11 or WoW Classic? WoW Classic, 100%. No offense, play Jamal. At least WoW Classic, I can hit a button and install the game. As opposed to, you know, needing a walkthrough. Okay, so we're going to pause right here, because we are done with Eversong Forest. We have swept the zone. Yay! I do think the overall story arc of... No, Spartan. There's no reason to. We're reviewing Kata. There's no reason to. It's redundant funding. Okay. So I do like the overall story arc here. The people The people on edge, the people barely surviving, the tiny little tidbits of foreshadowing. I should make a note about. Some of the history of what's going on with there. There's an overall atmosphere, which I will actually give Eversong for all its issues. It definitely gets across the idea of a people who are kind of just barely holding on, right? This is definitely a survivalist society right now, and it shows. Ironically, it does a much better job of that than the Draenei zone, which, if you remember, the Draenei are in the exact same position. Gameplay-wise, not as good. This is still a BC zone, and most BC zones are not really going to be super great when it comes to gameplay. So let me think about this for a second. Most of the individual quests are actually kind of inoffensive here. So I don't think we'll ding the quest design itself. More like there will be an absence of positives for quest design. I do think the flow is wonky. The route you saw me take is one I've just gotten used to over the years. But if you pay attention, it's like, all right, so you start up, obviously you start in the tutorial zone. Then you go to the ruins. Then you kind of go and deal with the West Sanctum, and then it leads you to Fairbreeze Village. And then it leads you absolutely all over the place. To the Anchorage, to the Murlocs, down to the Scar, over to the East Sanctum, over to the Retreat. The Retreat leads you to the Spire, and that leads you to Torwatha. There's no actual flow to it. I just kind of make a loop into it because that's what I'm used to doing. And as a result of that, it's very easy to spend a lot of time just kind of traipsing around, being bored. However, I will give this zone one thing in terms of zone design that is fundamentally better than Azure Mist. Pretend for just a moment that you don't have a mount. Of course, it's not going to show me it. Azure Mist, your options for moving around are walking. Okay, I'm being a little facetious. There's actually a flight path. So there's the one flight path in the middle here, and there's the one at the Exodar. The thing is, nothing's over here. There are no quests, and there's no reason to fly over here. Even just going north to Bloodmist, it's almost faster to just go from the Azure Mist post and just go north. All of the quests are either down here, or up here. Nothing is over here by the other flight path. So functionally, there is no flight path. There's just walking. By contrast, over here in Eversong, there is a flight path up here, which is the same type of flight path. However, if you're paying attention, there's quests up there. There's quests over there by Pillars of Snow, and there's quest over by Duskwither Spire. And there's some quests which connect down to Fairbreeze Village. So this flight path has a purpose and can lower some of the backtracking throughout the zone. It's not much, but it is a little bit better overall design than we saw in Azure Mist. So that's going to be another absence of a negative. We're still not at positive territory, but we're pulling up from negative territory. Now let's go to the zone that most people quit this game in. God, that took only an hour and a half. I should have just gotten right out of it. Whatever.
Victory lies ahead.
Help me, stranger. I must reach Tranquillion. I cannot fail.
We will have justice.
So, this is actually a great moment in my opinion, because this whole time we've been dealing pretty much exclusively with Blood Elves. We had one quest from an Ent over there, one quest from a Troll over there, and otherwise it's Blood Elves all along. Then there's this person. They're obviously different. I mean, they're literally physically different. They notice the color distinction to immediately make them different from all the more auburn, warm-colored Blood Elves. But if we zoom in on her, we'll notice that she looks a little bit weird, and some of her bones are showing. And if you're paying attention, one of the other recurring trends is we're constantly fighting against a non-stop roaming wave of the roaming dead because of the dead scar. So here's an undead woman who's giving us a quest. Huh? Credit where credit is due. This is a nice moment, and I do know several players who hit this moment and had the exact same reaction they should here, which is kind of, what? So we talked to her.
What is it?
What are you standing around for? Can't you see this boy needs immediate attention? By the looks of it, the plague is beginning to take over his body. Within minutes, not even a master apothecary like me will be able to save him. The animals south of the river carry plague in their blood. Go across the bridge, hunt the plague beasts there, and bring me enough plague samples and I'll distill a serum. Hurry! And notice the quest text there. It's literally her berating us for not being in a hurry to help one of our own. So immediately, not only do we see a friendly, actually neutral technically, but a neutral undead who's willing to talk to us, she is actively working urgently to save one of our own. That's a great little story beat right there. Just a tiny little moment of, huh. Also, I'm just going to say this, the Forsaken are not evil. I don't care. I don't care. I don't even want to go into that argument, so I'm never going to bring it up again. So let's go kill some animals and see if we can get some plagued blood samples, shall we? Now, you'll notice Ghostlands looks a little bit different from Eversong, as opposed to the strong, warm colors and, you know, the nice, peaceful, like, mournful violin or whatever that is. Ghostlands looks like this. Notice that once again, we also have different trees than the norm. So for the second zone in a row, even though this is another forest, it's not like your typical blizzard forest, like, say, both Azure Mist and Blood Mist were. I'm just pointing out that despite the issues with this zone, this is still a better zone than Azure Mist and Blood Mist. The Draenei zones really suck. I don't know what they were thinking. I mean, I do know what they were thinking. They were thinking that the Horde deserves more time and attention because they're a more interesting faction to discuss, and I agree with that. What I do not agree with is the fact that they didn't spend more time and attention making the Alliance a more interesting faction. Like, it was your choice, writers. You could have made the Alliance interesting, and you're the ones who failed at that. You know what one of my favorite Alliance zones in the entire game is? Westfall. And if you don't understand the significance of that, Westfall is the zone which really starts digging into some consequent storytelling. Like the fundamental flaws of Stormwind and the nobility and the economics of warfare. Westfall is a zone filled with vagrants and bandits who are displaced because they lost their homes because of the war. Do something with that. That was a cool idea. You're gonna keep going with that? No? Okay.
And you are...
Well, did you bring me what I need? Hurry or the pretty blood elf boy is a goner.
Goodbye.
Just in time. I was about ready to start digging a hole for our friend here. Potion seems to be working. He's coming too. Hey, I think he's trying to get your attention. Why don't you talk to him?
Dark Lady, watch over you.
I'm too weak to continue. I carry a dire warning for Regent Lord Theron. You have to deliver it for me. Take it to Arcanus Vandril. Find Vandril Thunk.
Keep your wits about you.
And then she says, you're not going anywhere yet, handsome. Not until you've recovered your strength. Quite possible in Earth. And if you want to think the Forsaken are evil, I have no ability to change your mind, because as I've said, I'm never bringing it up again. I suppose I should explain why I'm not going down that rabbit hole again. Because I'm sick of talking about it. For quite literally years, every time we've streamed anything ever with regards to Warcraft, the Forsaken or Evil topic has come up. In fact, it's already come up in this review series. I'm just tired of talking about it. That's all.
Enubelore Delana.
What are the Forsaken doing here? The situation is more grim than many have been led to believe. The Forsaken are here as allies in the fight against our common enemy, the Scourge. Trust me when I say this. Without them, the Ghostlands would be lost, and the Scourge would already have overrun all of Eversong. But more than anything else, we need your help reclaiming our once proud lands.
Shorelaran. Keep your wits about you.
We don't talk about the Royal Apothecaries.
The reckoning is at hand.
Finally. We've waited for a response from the Regent Lord for weeks. What's this? A dark presence? He senses a dark presence in the Ghostlands? No kidding, I could have told him that! Is this what we've been waiting for?
Farewell.
Ugh.
We will have justice.
I know it seems strange, but the Forsaken are here to help. You should speak to their leader, the High Executor Maverin. He's in a tower on the west side of town. And Priest, when you're done talking with him, return to me. I have something dire that needs dealt with immediately.
Remember the Sunwell.
No, Huthor is correct. The problem is inconsistent writing from inconsistent writers. And while Huthor thinks it's an awesome thing, I do not agree on that point. Oh, I'm gonna die. I should have taken the heal. I should have taken the... Anyways. Speaking of not talking about the Forsaken being evil, you're probably wondering why, it's actually technically my second death, why the Forsaken are here and actually throwing a fairly large amount of resources into assisting the Blood Elves with the Ghostlands situation. Because it's not actually something that's being done out of the goodness of their heart. Well, let me actually walk that back. There are several individual Forsaken who are specifically here to help. That's cool. Yay. But the reason the Forsaken as an entity, as a military power are here, is because Sylvanas wants fodder. This is back when Sylvanas was wanting to get as many resources as she could in order to point them all at Arthas in order to kill Arthas. And that's, like, it, right? Like, that's her only motive. She is very monomaniac at this point in history. All she cares about is getting as many arrows in her quiver, her terminology, not mine, and then aiming all of them at Arthas. Like I said, individual Forsaken do, in many ways, want to help at this point in time, but this is not being done out of the goodness of their hearts as an organization, as an entity. And yes, Sylvanas is crazy inconsistent in her writing. During the lore run, I actually mentioned how interesting her character arc was across Cataclysm, because I liked it. But that's been completely thrown out the window to the point where I think it's actually technically retconned. So she'll do and say things in Cata that actually make no sense with the current interpretation of her character. Which, if that sounds familiar, then Garrosh got hit with the exact same brush in the same expansion as well. Oh, someone died. Anyway, sorry, getting a little bit off topic here, but it is a problem. It's like doing a lore run on Star Trek, right? Sometimes it's just going to disagree with itself, and not in a good way.
Glory to the Sindorai.
Welcome to Tranquillian, Priest. I apologize for the state you find it in. As you can see, we've been having some trouble with the Forsaken, and their lady, Sylvanas Windrunner, has been gracious enough to send us a great deal of assistance in our time of need. If you can lend a hand, please do not hesitate to do so. We can use all of our help that we can in our struggle against the myriad forces arrayed against us.
Time is of the essence.
Oh, absolutely, Blade Turtle. Have you played through ARR recently? Because I have.
State your business.
If it's a matter of import you want to speak on, it may be more appropriate to seek an audience with the Dame. I'll warn you, though, she is very busy, so you may have to be in for a wait.
We will have justice.
I am Forsaken.
I know we Forsaken appear monstrous to your eyes, but I assure you it mean your people no harm. We are here because of a common enemy. Darkhan, the traitor. He has returned and now commands the scourge that are invading this land from his steadfast death home to the south. Our leader, Lady Sylvanas Windrunner, originally hails from these lands and in fact used to be an elf. Oh, by the way, there should probably be a whole lot more elven undead here as part of the Forsaken. Moving on. Our leader used to be from these lands. She has a history with Darkhan and wants him dead as much as your people do. We will defeat him together, priest.
Trust no one.
By the way, I'm not killing my throat to voice Forsaken. Don't ask me to. Now, if you be so kind as to return to Arcanus Vandrel, I know he is very anxious to send you on your first mission. We're counting on you. Don't let us down.
Remember, patience, discipline.
4 days. Jesus Christ.
Anaria Shola.
Priest, I can't just sit here waiting for an audience with the High Executive or the Dane. This can't wait. We're dealing with the Shadowpine Trolls of Zebzora to the southeast. Northeast, excuse me. A little different direction. But the Lieutenant mishandled the attack and we lost a lot of Forest Riders. And he just fell to pieces. Ranger Vallana sent me here, and Ranger Solisra to the Fall Strait Enclave. Please find them. Vallana was badly injured, and the lieutenant's useless.
Shorel Aran.
There's just this undead warlock roaming around the Dead Scar. If the Blood Elves had joined the Alliance instead of the Horde, do I think they would have survived as a species? So, yes? Let's ignore the fact that Stormwind is a crazy, prosperous, super wealthy mega nation pulled directly out of the Defias's asses. Let's also ignore the fact that even ignoring bad writing, Ironforge is doing fine. So Ironforge would actually be surprisingly well positioned to send aid up north. And the dwarves, humans, and elves are long-standing allies going back centuries. So yeah, no, I think the Blood Elves would have actually been fine if they'd successfully reached out to the Alliance. It's almost like there's no real reason why they didn't. Anyways. Moving on.
The Eternal Sun guides us.
Then again, the Forsaken should have probably joined the Alliance, but let's not go down that rabbit hole right now.
Shorelaran.
Oh good, there you are. And just in time. There's so much to be done.
We will have justice.
Ah, frickin' Toronto. We're surrounded here, priest. The outlying villages have been overrun by the Scourge. You must head northeast to Suncrown immediately and deal with the Nerubians. You can't miss them. They're spider-like creatures. We've no time to waste. Quel'Thalas must be reclaimed.
Farewell.
Well, ironically, we haven't reached the point of sabotage yet. I've been very specific about reading those quests and how they are written, but we will talk about that soon. Something I've been thinking about is because for years I've said that Kalimdor should have been Horde and East Kingdom should have been Alliance. And I don't just mean that facetiously. That the Forsaken do make more sense as an Alliance race. And the Night Elves make more sense as a Horde race, right? And the humans make more sense as a Horde race. But I'm getting off topic. Here's the thing. I've been chewing on that a little bit. And if I had the mandate of 2 factions, first thing I do is I pull up my gun and shoot them in the face. But after I spent my 10 years in prison for premeditated murder, I get left out of prison. And now it's like, okay, now you have to go, now you have to do the 2 factions. I'm like, okay, fine. We'll do 2 factions. So, you've got the 2 factions. Neither of them use the word alliance or horde. There's too much baggage associated with that, and frankly, it's outdated terminology anyways. And then I shoot the new guy! No, so, but you've got your 2 factions. You have to have your 2 factions. Fine. You've got the kingdoms on the eastern kingdoms. That's literally the name of the continent. And on the western, you've got the Confederacy, or the Bulwark, or whatever you want to call them. But you'll notice the Night Elves don't quite fit into either of those. Because while the Night Elves do make a natural fit to the Bulwark, they're also still Night Elves, right? So what I would do is I would go the Pandaren route with the Night Elves. If you make a brand new Night Elf, you go and you do your quests and you see Teldrassil and Darnassus and all that fun stuff. And then it's like, okay, if you want to go join the Greater World, you're probably going to have to join one of the 2 factions. Faction choice, there's a menu. Do you want to join the evil Eastern Kingdoms? Or you don't want to join the evil Bulwark of Kalimdor? And you get a choice as a Night Elf. Because it makes sense to me that the Night Elves, as a polity, wouldn't join either. Because the Night Elves, as a polity, barely exist. Like, there's the Night Elf military, which follows Tyrande, but that's kind of it, right? A polity refers to a political entity. I use that term in place of everything else. A country, a kingdom, a city-state, a city, a town, an empire, a confederation. All of those are polities. Polity is an umbrella term, so I tend to just use polities. And yeah, and Tyrande is the head of this massive military of isolationist xenophobes, right? So it makes perfect sense that the Night Elves, as a polity, would not join anyone else. They'd just be like doing their own thing. But individual Night Elves can then join whatever faction they want to, hence the idea. Now, a 4-faction system, that's just getting crazy. But I'm with it. Oh, if I could stretch my back. There we go. Okay. I'm closer. I'm dying. I'm sent here to slay these Nerubians, but I didn't know they have a leader. You must help and slay Noxuton. And get help. It's a 2-player quest. This is your tutorial for what an elite quest is like. It's only a 2-player one, though. We could probably solo this. I think this looks better than Duskwood overall, but I think I like the music of Duskwood a little better. And I know that's weird because there's not much music to Duskwood, but I still stand by it. You can't solo a 2-man quest. Don't be crazy. You can't even pull 2 mobs without dying. This is vanilla. Oh, wait, no, it isn't. Shoot! No! Okay, I just realized I'm not sure if I was clear about that with her. What are the 4 factions you would do? There's our boss. If you're paying attention, you'll notice that there's several tutorial-y things, is the way I'm going to explain that, in these zones. And it's because BC was a huge boost in WoW player figures. And they were still designing BC with the idea of, hey, you've never played an MMO before. So a lot of the Blood Elf zone stuff, and ostensibly the Draenei stuff, was here to introduce you to concepts, introduce you to WoW. So these are literally tutorial zones. When we get to the Kata stuff, we'll see exactly how successful they were with that philosophy going forwards. So, which shadow form do I prefer? The really good one or the one from vanilla? Let me think about this. I don't know. That's kind of a crazy decision to make. The number of things that I actually prefer visually from vanilla is so small of a list that I'm not sure it actually exists. I'm sorry. The game just looks better nowadays. I don't know what else to add to that. Whoops. I actually do have another quest. Bloody Bastard is a vampire. Get it? So, the Warcraft 3 one. So Forsaken instead of the Scourge. Okay. And then, you know, Night Elves. You're dead. You're dead. You dazed me. You're dead. You're all dead. You're all dead. You're all dead. Things I find preferable gameplay-wise from Classic. Can't think of anything. I'm sorry. I put real thought into that, but I couldn't think of anything.
The dark times will pass.
Good to hear that Lethvalon made it to the safety. They was smart enough to ask you for help instead of just waiting there. I hope that Ranger Salissa made it safely to the Enclave.
Salama.
The lieutenant here rushed us into battle with the trolls across the lake instead of scouting the situation first. Decimated by his stupidity. Do you hear me, Tomerthrin? You're an idiot! Will you help us, priest? Those trolls still need to be dealt with. I need to stay here and nursemaid him. I think he's lost his mind. Just head east and to the other side of the lake. I want revenge. Bring me their ears so I can fashion a necklace.
Farewell.
I do love me some troll ears. Delicious troll ears. I could think of several things that, if they were done better, I could prefer about Classic. Like I said, it is a very different type of game. Yep, those 3 trolls we just killed, they have 1 ear. Don't worry, this isn't the Troll Ears quest. That quest doesn't actually exist anymore. Can I give an example? Well, I mentioned earlier that my paladin used to wear a bunch of cloth gear. In fact, she would also wear some mail gear. and some plate and some leather. In other words, she would wear whatever the hell she wanted to because she wanted very specific types of stats. So itemization in WoW Vanilla was, and I'm going to say this as bluntly as I can, really, really bad. But it also kind of accidentally became interesting as a consequence, because they didn't really think about which kind of stats should go on which items, and so coincidentally, it got more interesting to use non-standard equipment for specific circumstances. I mean, I mentioned this as a casual aside during the Molten Core run, but if you were paying attention, I mentioned that we used to tank with a dagger. In fact, I knew some warriors who, for specific fights, would tank with 2 daggers. So if that was properly designed, if there was some thought put into that, that could be a cool system, allowing non-standard gear setups instead of just making, you know, it going up in overall progression with regards to your gear. And don't mistake me, there is still some gear decisions made in this game, but nowadays it's mostly the purview of sets and, you know, trinkets is the big stuff, right? And yeah, item level... So item level is and has existed since, to my knowledge, Diablo 2. It's a very, very, very old concept. Are you done? Yes, okay. Diablo 2, so what item level means, let's actually break this down a little bit, design and code-wise. What item level actually means is item budget. The higher your item level, the higher your budget to put stats on a piece of gear. Thus, how much strength or int or special abilities or whatever it is, that is better. You can put more of that on a specific piece of gear because it has a higher budget in order to spend on those stats. Make sense? That's been true for a very, very, very long time. That's an extremely old concept that a lot of games use. FF14 does this as well, consequently. The problem is WoW has allowed itself to essentially go into what FF14 has already fallen into. That if you have if you look at a piece of gear and it has higher item level than yours, then it's better. I, for the record, don't actually agree with that. I do think that actually having gear that's interesting and matters is a more interesting gameplay mechanic. Because, yeah, exactly, more does not necessarily equal better. More can equal more of stuff you don't want. Now, when you get to min-maxing in WoW retail, there is still some cases where it's better to hold on to a different item. But in general, like 99% of the time, it's better to just get the item that has higher item level, right? I do hope you enjoy it, Mr. Red. You probably won't, knowing my luck, but... and that sucks. Like, it's not something I'm going to give a negative for. It's more like something that, just like in FF14, is an absence of a positive. It means gear is boring. Now, there is one caveat in retail, and that is what I just mentioned. Set pieces and trinkets. Trinkets is one of the only places where the developers seem to actually have some creativity when it comes to playing around with what they can do with the item system, because there are plenty of trinkets which have cool or interesting or fun things on them that are either just more interesting to use, more fun to use, or maybe they synergize with your specific spec or even the specific boss you're fighting better, right? So, more of that, please, right? Like, do that more. Because, yeah, some trinkets can be really cool, and some trinkets can change up how you play. And that's just... that's how that is. So, like I said, I don't actually think Vanilla does that... Classic does that better. I think Vanilla, or Classic, or whatever, coincidentally could be doing that better. It didn't, because that was just a lack of design. It was just people who weren't thinking about it.
Baladash Malanore.
Get those troll ears? You know, if we could get some help from Tranquillian every once in a while, this wouldn't be such a problem. I'm just glad you're here.
Stay the course.
I appreciate your efforts. Thank you. And we can say this expedition and all the lives we lost haven't been in vain.
Salama Asha.
I need one last favor. Just in case Ranger Solicitor didn't make it back to Farsighted Enclave, I need you to go there and get help. And just check in with the captain, let him know what happened here.
Time is of the essence.
And yeah, you notice everything I'm talking about is purely from the, shall we say, neutral design perspective. But Huthor is quite correct. The biggest problem with item level by far is it's a measurable stick of how good you are on your character. Or at least, it is very easy to see that. Now, I should mention, in the interests of fairness and honesty, that I've met plenty of people who are geared better than me who are worse than me. I've seen that as recently as last night. However, because gear does not equate skill, right? And skill can overcome gear in several ways. However, gear is still a good average indicator of overall throughput. And that kind of sucks from the perspective of a community. I know I say that, the meta could go to hell, but the harsh reality is that if you have a system like that, especially one that's so viewable, you are baking elitism into your system. And that's been true since Wrath.
Good fortune.
Yeah, that's actually not a bad way to put that. Gear probably is... Gear determines your ceiling of output, not your floor. See you around, Kenning Scout. Have a good day. Like, the best skilled person in the world in a bunch of grays isn't going to do a whole bunch, right? But someone who's terrible in really, really good gear is also not going to do much. The floor is determined by your skill, but the ceiling is determined by your gear.
Anu Belore de la Na.
Oh, that's dire news indeed. I completely overestimated his ability to lead. I'll see to it a group is dispatched to safely bring him and Villana in. Unfortunately, we never heard from Ranger Celissa, so I fear the worst in her case. You've done the Forest Raiders a great service this day. Please take one of these as a small token of our appreciation.
The reckoning is at
I want you to kill as many trolls as you can. We need their numbers greatly reduced before we can shift our attention towards Death Hall. While you're at it, we might as well kill two birds with one stone, so bring back a load of their weapons. Better that they not go to waste, and we can use them in the fight against the Scourge.
farewell.
Seriously, Huthor? Jesus Christ.
Anaria Shola.
The Lake of the North has been haunted by the ghosts of my ancestors for as long as I can remember. The poor souls were victim to a tragic accident in which scores of them drowned at the bottom of the lake. The details of the event are mostly forgotten, but their haunting cries serve as a constant reminder of their curse. If you're up for the task, I want you to go to the lake and put an end to their suffering. You'll have my gratitude, as well as theirs, I'm sure.
Remember the Sunwell.
By the way, have you noticed how the Ghostlands varies in one notable way from Eversong? Most of who we're dealing with here is not the magisters, the mages, and the nobility. It's the military. It's because the majority of what's left of the Blood Elven military is down here.
We will have justice. Victory lies ahead.
Our resources are spread pretty thin here, so help is going to be invaluable. The captain has tasked me with overseeing the harassment of the local Shadowprime troll camps. We have a policy of keeping them off balance till the day we can launch a brutal offensive to wipe them out, but until then, we need all the volunteers we can get so the Shadowpine troll numbers are decreased. You think you could head east and hurt them a little?
Keep your wits about you.
Yes.
You show courage coming to the Ghostlands. There's much work to... Yeah, Rax. There's much work to be done here and not brave enough souls to do it, but I've a thankless task to offer you should you have the inclination to aid us. The very wildlife in this land has been tainted by the plague and we must stop it from spreading. Hunt the Ghost Claw links us to the east and south of here. Return when you slayed enough of them.
Stay the course.
Yeah, everyone everywhere disliked Gear Score. So naturally, item level became an easily viewable parse in the game, and everyone wanted Gear Score in Classic. I have literally never heard a single person speak positively about Gear Score, the item, the add-on. Not once. Can I tell you a quick story? Back in BC, on my Hunter, I was looking to join a raiding guild, and I ended up going with a group called the Ashes of Chaos, I think was their name. And Ashes of Chaos was in the middle of doing Hyjal. Insert Vietnam flashback here. And I was not geared. So they looked at me and they said, well, you're not geared, so we're going to give you a shot. And they went and they ran me with a dungeon, and lo and behold, I was really good at what I did. So they went ahead and invited me, and lo and behold, I was really good at what I did. I bring all that particular story up because I had a similar experience in the wrong direction during Wrath. And that was when Gear Score, the add-on, was very, very commonly used. And I was trying to get into a specific raiding team because by Wrath's era, at least on this server, guilds became less important. It was all about your team. Like, a lot of raid teams would be cross-guild, right? Anyways, so I was trying to get into a raiding team that was doing Trial of the Crusader. And Trial of the Crusader, they were like, hey, let's look at what you got. Oh, your gear score is too low. And it was just an immediate rejection. So, I made my own raid team that I led on my lower geared character, and we did Trial of the Crusader. Now, I say that somewhat vindictively, but it's worth noting that that just was kind of how the attitude was at the time. Like, it was pretty bad. And you know me, I've had almost universally positive experiences with this game, and the community of this game, for decades. And yet, even I ran into the gear score problem in Wrath. It was bad. Yeah, you can also cheese gear score, because gear score wasn't actually checking your item level or even your current output item level. It was just checking like an estimation of it, and you could screw with that. Like, you could lie about that. It was a whole thing.
Baladash Malinore.
Priest, our sources tell us that the trolls buried Evo in the catacombs of the Sungrace Peak, and they've been rising. Evo's been rising from the dead! Oh my god! I need you to investigate these catacombs and put to the torch any of the unanimated remains you come across so as to prevent any more of these creatures from rising. The fastest way there is to head northwest out of the Enclave. That'll put you near the western entrance of the catacombs.
Shurelaron.
Listen, I know you want to rise from the dead, Evo, but don't do it! Don't... Okay, she's up. She's up. We're good. That's it. Zombie apocalypse. We're all dead. Let's go. And yeah, Scumlord's correct. I actually knew someone personally who specifically went and PvP'd it up just to raise his gear score. Didn't actually wear any of it, because it doesn't work that way. The corpses of trolls buried in the Amani catacombs have been rising from the dead, and they're all named Evo. And they're all good artists for some reason. I want you to go there and bring me proof of their final demise. Some of these mummy trolls and their living counterparts carry juju, glowing objects that house their art power source. It's probably what's animating them and making them draw their amazing pictures. The catacombs lie within Sungrace Peak, directly to the east. I am told the easiest way lies on the north of the mountain. See to it, priest.
Remember, patience.
The highest rank I ever got was Lieutenant Commander back in Vanilla. I was planning to go a little bit further, but even getting that far was arduous and awful, and I hated every second of it, so... You gotta understand, PvP in Vanilla was so terrible. Like, so you'd go to a battleground, right? Okay, let's say you go to Warsong Gulch, okay? Because that was one of the most common ones to do. Okay, cool, you're in Warsong Gulch. Okay, so you take their flag. Ah, but they took it back. Okay, so you take their flag. Ah, but they took it back. Okay, they take your flag. Ah, but you took it back. Okay, so they take your flag, and then you take it back. Fast forward 3 hours. Nothing prevented matches from just going on forever. Now, they would eventually add features to prevent this. Warsong Gulch actually had a timer mechanism baked into it. And Alterac Valley had the once one side runs out of supplies, it's over mechanic. But back in the day, nope. There's a reason why Alterac Valley... I need to just do that. Alterac Valley matches would just last for days. Literal days. The never-ending Alterac Valley matches. Now, I should probably mention, though, that PvP and PvP ranking, excuse me, was a terrible, terrible idea. And I'm going to explain why by mentioning a prison. This is a fictional prison. I'm not going to say what it's from, and nobody in chat's going to say what it's from, because this is a spoiler to mention it. Thank you for recognizing that. So let's say you're in a prison, okay? And you're in a work camp in this prison, okay? There's 5 teams in this work camp. Whoever does the most production in a day in that work team, they get rewarded at the end of the day. Whoever does worse gets tortured. Now, that probably sounds bad, but if you really think about it, it's actually much, much worse than it sounds. Because there will always be someone at the bottom. There is no situation in which everyone can work together and everyone puts out a work quota, because there is no work quota. It's just whoever performs worst. That's it. And that was PvP in vanilla.
Glory to the
Every year, we denizens of Suncrown Village would take part in a ritual to keep the different aspects of nature under our control. A dominion over the element of water was symbolized by the summoning and enslavement of an elemental named Aquantion. Through a wicked perversion of our magic, the scoundrel broke his bonds and enslaved us instead. We wore medallions shaped like waves during the ritual. Seek them at the bottom of the lake. We'll need them to free my compatriots' spirits.
Keep your wits about you.
I mean, Arathi Basin is fine to enjoy. It reminds me a lot of Battlefield 1942. But the point here is that, in case I'm being too metaphorically, let me speak literally. The way it worked is PvP ranks were based on your ranking. The higher up you got, the more you had to try to maintain your rank, relative to all other players. In other words, the only thing that determined how hard you had to try to maintain your ranking was how well the other players were doing. Remember, there's no bottom, there's no top, there's just your competition, just like that prison. That actually also meant that the harder you fight to surpass them, the harder they fight to surpass you, making your job even harder. And this was a never-ending cycle. There was no end to it. I knew one person personally. He was in my guild, actually. He actually hit Grandmaster. And he quit the game after that. Because he couldn't. He couldn't deal with it. It kind of broke him. To my knowledge, he never went back to WoW. Ever. Yeah. No. He faded from my life years ago. Like 15 years ago, 10 years ago, something like that. I don't know what else to add to that, honestly. That was just... God. Thank God that system's not in the game anymore. One of those interesting little tidbits about grinding in a game, and I'm sure Savacom would agree with me if she wasn't busy stabbing me in the back for some strange reason, is that there's nothing really wrong with grinding in a game as long as you're enjoying the grind and you enjoy the results of the grind. Because at that point, that's not grinding, isn't it? By definition. At that point, that's just leveling. If you actually... Let me use Mr. Red as a specific example here. If Mr. Red had pushed out that Brutosaur and did so slow mode over the course of like a few months or whatever, and then enjoyed it and enjoyed the results of it, that would be fine. Cool. Done deal. We're all good. It only becomes grind when, pretty much by definition, you no longer enjoy it. It's just something I've been thinking about lately. As a lot of the why do you do jobs in video games thing has been something I've been thinking about lately. Because, yeah, like, how many of us don't enjoy grinding at work, but enjoy grinding at a video game? I imagine the answer to that is most of us. To some extent or another. And, of course, we enjoy the grind. We're doing it by choice, because it's something we want to do. And we're going to enjoy the rewards for doing so. As opposed to in real life, where we go to our job, we don't enjoy it, we aren't doing it by choice, and we don't get any rewards from doing so.
Anaria Shola.
Have you obtained the medallions? The drowned still haunt the lake.
Remember the
These
Sunwell.
necklaces we shall summon Aquantion. The rebellious elemental will pay for it, and our deaths will be avenged.
The reckoning is
That
at
willful elemental ended many lives that fateful day when he revolted against us. By calling to the lowly murlocs to sabotage our rights, he subverted our magic and turned it against us. Show him our thirst for vengeance has not waned. Take these medallions, lay them at the altar of tidal mastery at the bottom of the lake. A Quantion shall immediately answer your summons. Beware. Without our magic controlling him, his wrath will be unrestrained. Destroy him so we may rest.
Keep your wits about you.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. Obviously, everything I'm talking about does not excuse developers deliberately crafting grind into their game. That's different. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about if you really want to... Stardew Valley. What is Stardew Valley's core loop, right? Watering, talking to people, fighting in the mine. You get it, right? But there's an enjoyability to that specifically because it's well designed, but also because of the things I just mentioned. You do it by choice. You enjoy the task of doing so, and or you enjoy the rewards from doing so. Ignore the statue to Ashara. We're walking. We're walking. Yeah. I didn't enjoy making subs. So if I ask you to make me a sub someday, Savacom, it's okay. I don't blame you.
The dark times will pass.
You've avenged our deaths and broken a Quantion's grasp on our souls. We may finally rest.
Remember the Sunwell.
Yay. So, let's talk about reputation briefly. I mentioned how this was kind of a new tutorial. What we may or may not notice is that one other way in which these zones are objectively better than the Draenei zones. That would be funny, Zavacom. Hi! Who's him? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Some stranger, some nobody. Is that there's a reputation in this zone. It's called Tranquillian. And you gain a crap ton of reps simply by doing these quests. In fact, if you just do the zone, you'll probably max out your Tranquillian rep. That's very much on purpose, but it's designed to be a tutorial for reps, for the rep systems. The Draenei don't have an equivalent to that. I might die here. Let's get our dots rolling. Let's hit this, then let's hit this. Get some vampiric going. Target the lowest health one. Start getting more damage going. Get a death going. Get another dot going. Get another bubble going. And we're good. Whew, okay. Gotta pay attention there for just a second. Yeah, there is a reason to get exalted with Tranquillian. And that is that there's like a couple of pieces of gear that you can get from doing so. And it's not even good gear. It's just like gear. Here's some gear. But it's there. Oh yeah, I think they give you a bag too. I know they give you a tabard. Everything gives you a tabard. So anyways, we've had a talent for a minute. Let's see. It looks like on the left side. So nothing really exciting on the left side right now. So let's see what we got over here. Reduce all magic damage taken by 3%, or, after being struck by a melee or ranged crit, heal 20% of the damage over 6 seconds. Both of those are pretty useful for situational circumstances. We don't actually have a lot else we want over here, so let's go ahead and grab that one. And now we have to hunt trolls for a while. How did Leroy Jenkins become such a meme? Well, there's this common thing about memes you can always predict, and that is that you can never predict what will become a meme. Is there respec? Yes. There is turbo, omega, no really respec in this game. You know what? Hang on. Arcane Veil, I feel like respecking right now. Boom. Done. Wait, no, I feel like respecking again. Done. Okay, one more time. Done. Any questions? Yeah, respec used to be a colossal pain in the ass. Then they added the 2-spec system, which made it a little bit better. It's actually funny, because in hindsight, the 2-spec system wasn't actually what I would call good. It was more of a band-aid. But God, it was so much better than just having to respec every single time. The way it used to work was essentially straight up Diablo 2. So you'd have your talent tree, and you'd put a point into it, individually. You wouldn't commit to the points, you just put a point in, individually. What's that? You misclicked? Or there was like a server lag tick, which was more common than you'd think, so you put more points in it than you meant to? Sucks to be you. Go spend a lot of gold respecking yourself. What's that? You're a warrior who wants to do something other than tank periodically? Well, then you get to pay to respec yourself out of and into tank spec every single time you want to do that. Yeah, one of the comments they kept saying is, your choices should be meaningful. That, no. Yeah, the cap was 100 gold, and you might think, that's it! That's pathetic! That's nothing! And if you're thinking that, you didn't play in vanilla. 100 gold was a crap ton of money back then. Like Dakota mentioned earlier, or rather, Dakota asked about earlier, and I commented on, vanilla was a much easier time to actually fall into a gold hole. You could reach a point where you would lose the ability to repair your gear, and would have to figure something else out to be able to function as a character, because everything was more expensive, and there were much, much fewer gold fountains in vanilla. Hell, I have 68 gold right now. Yeah, a gold hole. In other words, you are out of money, and you can't get more money because you're out of money. If that sounds familiar, then congratulations, you exist in real life. What do we still need here? I should be looking at this. Lynxes and... right. Okay. Actually, yes, Sierra. I have done that. It only works in certain dungeons, though, like BRD, because you need humanoids to do that with. Yeah, nowadays, Blizzard is so reactionary. I do think they swung a little bit too far the other way, to be honest with you. Gold is so meaningless right now. I spent over 100,000 gold last night, min-maxing my gear with enchants and gems. And it was just like, yep, okay, done. Barely even thought about it. EVE Online's economy. Which one? There are several. Yeah, I could see that in Alkin doing. I was actually pretty good at making money back in the day because I had a reason to be. After all, flying was expensive, and if there's one thing I value more than anything else in a game, it's not having my time wasted. So having faster traversal or portals or anything like that has always been abnormally more valuable to me as a personal player. Like, I'm the guy who had item trained, excuse me, on every single character I had in Asheron's Call because I want my portal spells. And you're going to see me do this when we cover Morrowind. I'm going to get Mark and Recall immediately. So, kill this guy. Yeah, no, so I was really, really good, and I've always been really good at making money in games. And I actually ran the market for a while and did a whole lot of things to squeeze money out so I could get I think it was 1,000 gold to get that flying mount. It was worth it because it was faster. Well, there's also Divine Recall. You've got to get that one, too. Very important, very important. So, suggesting a negative for encounter design in this zone, huh? Well, talk me out. What's the negative? Well, no, it's a perfectly valid question, Arcanvel. The problem is you're asking me, what do I think about a functioning economy? To which I can only say, it is a functioning economy. There's not a lot to discuss there, as weird as that probably sounds. Resources are constantly generated and dumped into the economy, which then are utilized as the actual production of certain material goods, most notably weapons, equipment, gear, etc. All of that is actually relatively low value because it's functionally infinite. It will keep being generated forever thanks to gold fountains, which, in gaming terms, a gold fountain is something that generates currency from the ether. It doesn't actually come from anything, in other words. It's just created, right? If I kill this mob right now and he drops money, that is actually a gold fountain because that money did not exist in the economy prior to him being killed. Make sense? So that's how a lot of the mining and the resource nodes and all that fun stuff works in EVE Online. That's not really the economy. That's not even the base bones of the economy. That's just something that exists as kind of a substructure adjacent to the economy of EVE Online. There you go. See? I just made 2 silver and 94 copper. The economy of WoW has grown by 2 silver and 94 copper. That's a fountain. Yes, weapon oils are back, by the way. There's also a lot more emphasis on potion pulling, I've noticed, which is kind of weird. Oh, and sushi is super cheap, which is nice. I've been tempted to raise cooking in War Within because sushi is sushi. But, I don't know, I haven't looked into what it specifically costs right now, and it is pretty cheap. So I might just, you know, keep just buying it and say screw that. Anyways. Oh yeah, Huthor, I need to ask you something too. I'll get back to that. Don't die, Pillars of Snow. I have to not mouse over heal. There we go. Okay. Sorry, I don't have mouse over heals. I should fix that, like right now. Oh god, I don't remember the format. Give me 1 second. So let's make new. What is this? Is that flash heal? Yes, flash heal. I want to show tool tip and then cast bracket at silver bracket and then flash heal. Ooh. Now there's ways to complexity that up, but that's just your very, very basic mouse over macro right there. I'll go ahead and make another one for Jafig in just a second here. And one more for powered shield. There we go. I can heal people now. Woo! Not very well, but I can do it. I get you. Too much enemy density. And yeah, that does definitely lead to a problem. Yeah, we'll jot that down. Question mark. I was in the middle of talking about something. We already talked about the economy. Right, I was going to ask Huthor something, but then Huthor was like, I'd rather die than answer your question. And then Huthor was like leapt off of a cliff, but it turns out there was this really big bouncy pad down there, and it was one of those weird like science fiction-y materials. So instead of just you know bouncing him and then he slowly blows it, he actually has been retaining momentum the entire time. So he's just bouncing up and down forever, and that's just the rest of his life now. Hi, Rex. Welcome to the Ghostlands. I'm your host. Wah! You like this music in here? Here, I'll go quiet so you can listen to it. Riveting music. These trolls ambushed me, and they've been keeping me in this cage. I think they plan to sacrifice me. Help me get out of here. The lock in the cage isn't that complex. I just can't get to it from this side. And please escort me back to the Farce Raider Enclave. I'm sure the captain will reward you, and you'll have my undying gratitude.
Death to all who oppose us.
Chink.
What business have you?
Escort quest, woo! Yeah, there's no music in here. At all. Shadow Priest is a little... So for the longest time, I hated Shadow Priest. It was when they really started leaning into the insanity mechanic that it actually started being interesting for me. And like I said, it's a little weird because it was basically just dots, but specific dots, and it was the freight train approach, right? This was actually something that several classes had back in the day. Freight train approach is when you slowly scale up until you actually start doing damage. Now that's fine on like a raid boss or whatever. It really sucks when you're just out in the wilds doing leveling. Because it means every single fight is just like, oh, it's dead. And then you start, oh, and then it's dead. Worse, if you fight too many things, like Shadow has some of the had, past tense, some of the worst AoE in the game. In fact, if you're paying attention, I have no AoE abilities right now. Now, I think I could fix that if I wanted to. Am I wrong? I am wrong. I could have Holy Nova, which is a terrible AoE. Yeah. Anyways. Escort quest speed. Let's just do this here. How do you start playing WoW as a new player in 2024? Well, first you say, I'd like to make a new account. And then you do, and then you start installing, and then it goes orange and says you're good to play. Then you hit play, then you're good. Now, I know that sounds like I'm being cheeky, but one of the reasons I just did that semi-joke right now is to emphasize that the onboarding experience in WoW is incredibly easy. It is probably the single most new player-friendly thing from a purely, like, technical perspective. Just getting your account set up and getting yourself set up is one of the easiest things in the world to do. And of course it is. They want new blood constantly. But what you're actually asking is, how do I experience the game? Yeah, exactly. Mr. Red's mother, no offense to Mr. Red's mother, can set up an account in a pretty nominal number of clicks. I don't know, Spartan. I'm just doing everything because this is a review. So. I don't want to talk about Carbot. Is that okay? I don't want to bash a popular YouTuber. That's not what I'm here to do. If I wanted to do that, I'd talk about the Asmongold. Hey-o! Alright, well, okay, that's fair. I can just not give my opinion and just respond to the question. That's fair. No. So how do you approach 20 years of content? Well, first, there's this bald idiot who put together a video series called The World of Warcraft, specifically so players can see a whole bunch of the narrative roughly in order, and a way to try and experience all that content without having to actually sit down and play the game themselves. Exclamation mark Lorecraft. You can also skip whichever bit of the content you want to. So the easiest answer is to have a curated experience. Have someone else who knows what they're talking about, who can tell you how to do it. But the answer in a vacuum, so let's say you have no me, and you have nothing else, so all you have is just, you sat down with the game, and it's like, hey, I want to go ahead and I want to play WoW. Well, then there's several methods by which you can progress through the game, and it depends on how committed you are to doing all of the game, to doing all of the content. So that's the first question. How committed, and it's a gradient, how committed are you to experiencing all of the content of the game? Once you determine that, that determines your starting point. So if you are absolutely committed to doing all the content of the game, then you get... What? Wait.
Yes. No, you don't eat the shell.
Okay. I'm not sure. I don't know what to do.
When you eat stuff inside.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. The other bowl is for the shell.
Ah, okay. That makes sense. So if you're fully committed, what you should do... I've got peanuts. I've got boiled peanuts. If you're fully committed, what you should do is you should make a new character and go through the expansions in order. BC Wrath, Kata, Pandaria, Warlords, Legion, BFA, Shadowlands, Dragonflight, War Within. It's pretty obvious. In fact, the order is actually listed in-game if you talk to Chromie. There are plenty of in-game indicators of what content is where and in which order. They didn't used to be. This is actually somewhat recent stuff, but there's plenty of stuff in the game that'll kind of guide you where they want you to go. Now, I should also mention the game really wants you to skip all of that and go to Dragonflight. We'll get to that in a second. But that's if you're fully committed. If you know you're going to play the whole game, then do it. And remember that at almost any given point in time, you can just decide to make a new character and pick up mostly where you left off. There are some asterisks to that. If you are fairly committed, but aren't like 100% committed, so you're not sure how much you want to play the game, and if you're really, really insane, no. If you want it to complete a different game, go play Classic. That's actually what that is. If you are reasonably committed, go ahead and start at Kata. If you are not quite sure if you're committed or not, but you're kind of leaning towards it, you start in Dragonflight. If you have no idea if you like the game at all and you're just putting your toes into the water, you start with Pandaria.
Victory lies ahead.
Have those weapons yet? With the Shadowpine numbers decimated, we'll finally be able to turn our attention to the fight against the Scourge.
Death to all who
I'll immediately send a few rangers out to survey the damage that you wreaked upon the Shadowpine trolls. I've no doubt that we'll be able to mop up after your offensive and launch an attack on the Scourge soon after these weapons, if that's any indication of your success. Here, I want you to take this coin. It's burning a hole in my pouch anyway.
we will have
You're
justice.
quite the hero, Priest, to get her out of there alive. I suppose we'll have to mount an offensive to clear out the catacombs, too. As if we didn't have enough trouble with living trolls. You've done a great thing today. I should reward you. Here, take your pick.
Salama Ashalanore.
Thank you.
We will persevere.
I appreciate your help. It pains me to see the spirits of my ancestors in their pitiful state. May they finally get the rest
Farewell.
they so deserve. Wait, what was the question about Kata? Oh yeah, no, the Eastern, what's usually referred to as the New World, the post-Kata Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor are still kind of shreked by the aforementioned Cataclysm. There are a couple of asterisks there, but for the most part, all of that is still time-locked in the era of Cataclysm.
Our enemies will fall.
This is a most grim and undignified business, Priest. I trust you will complete the task.
Salama Ashalanore.
Disgusting, but necessary, I can assure you. I didn't know she was talking about WoW Classic. You have done a good deed by investigating this matter. Please take this as a token of our generosity
Remember the sun
and
well.
appreciation. It's not literally time-locked, but, like, if you reload a save in a single-player game that's earlier in the game, earlier in the story, then the world is locked to that earlier point in the save. Make sense? So if you go back to Cataclysm, you're in Cataclysm. Make sense?
Hello.
I don't have to remind you that we can ill afford this trouble with the troll dead rising in our very backyard. We have enough trouble with Deathholm to the south.
Time.
Mummies being raised by priests and clever. The Shadowpine trolls must be trying to bolster their numbers through necromantic means. I'd wager these oracles were using the juju in their reanimation ritual. Once again, you perform your duty as befits a priest of your growing reputation. Here, take this with my gratitude.
Trust no one.
Trust no one, and kill everyone. How does one play a specific expansion? Unfortunately, because life is life, there's no simple answer to that. It kind of depends on where your character's at and what your level's at. So let me start by saying this. There is no New Game Plus in WoW. This is the second biggest thing that I hope WoW someday steals from Final Fantasy XIV. If there was a New Game Plus in this game, that colossal spreadsheet I built in order to discuss which characters will do which zones at which levels wouldn't be necessary for this review run. I could just get on my Demon Hunter and New Game Plus the entire game. and that would be awesome. But that does not exist. Once you've done a quest, it's gone and done for that character. You want to do that quest again, you get another character. So, if you want to play a specific expansion that you haven't currently played, what you have to do is you have to either physically go to where that expansion starts and then just start doing the quests. You have to chromie time yourself to that timeline if you're low enough level to do that, and then pick that expansion and then go and start doing those quests and get experience and reputation and resources for them. Or, when you're starting out fresh, you just go there initially. When, like I, for example, if I'm really on my level 19, if I really wanted to do Legion right now, I could just physically go to the Broken Isles and just start questing there. And that's how I would do Legion. Now you're probably thinking, how do you know? There are 2 vectors in-game, both of which exist to help guide you towards specific expansions and new content. Well, not new content, but content you haven't done.
The eternal sun.
You've done well. It's important that plague doesn't spread to the healthy wildlife in Eversong. I have more work for you, if you're looking.
Remember the sun well.
You have proven your worth as an ally. I need you to continue and track down more plagued wildlife. This time hunt down some of the more dangerous beasts. The spindleweb lurkers of the Dead Scar, and the vampiric mist bats just south of here.
Farewell.
Oh, trolls don't care, J. Palmer.
Glory to the Sindorai.
Oh, I remembered, Spartan. Good, you handled that very well. Let's see if you're up to something more difficult now.
Be ready for anything.
Time for something more challenging. Zeb Noah, to the south, is where the more powerful Shadowpine make their home. In our continuing effort to keep the troll numbers at a minimum, I am dispatching you to go there and assail them with whatever means you have at your disposal. What do you say? Ready to deal with some more trolls?
Shorel Oran.
You think 30 is okay? No, trolls are actually kind of chill for the most part.
Speak.
At least as a species. Hi, Arcanville. Bye, Arcanville. I'm on loan to the Forest Riders in an attempt to help with their troll difficulties, and I believe I have a solution to their problem. At my disposal are a number of potent poisons. Trolls, as you know, are living creatures and therefore must eat. If we combine my poison with their food, I'm sure the results will be entertaining. Let's help get rid of the Shadowpine trolls, shall we? The camp straddles both the north and the south sides of the road to Zulaman.
Dark Lady, watch
Stay
over.
away from the voodoo. Wanted, the head of Kelgash the Wicked. Reward, yes, but no advances. Yes, Dream Whisperer. Actually, more often than you'd think. Like, it's not a super common thing, but there's several dozen quests in the game which we give ourselves. So, Shadow Talents. Alright, so we're already down to the line here. We can't go further down. And I'm in combat with something. Hello. And goodbye. To be truthful, Blade Devel, I'm probably over confusing it, for lack of a better way to put it. Like, doing BC is not particularly difficult, and I think I've already demonstrated why. Like, if you want to start a new character in BC, and you make a Blood Elf, then you start off in the Blood Elf Starter Zone. You do the Blood Elf Starter Zone quests, you get a quest eventually as a part of this to go to Orgrimmar. Once you get to Orgrimmar, there'll be a thing saying, go to the Hellfire Peninsula. It'll actually give you a guy who will teleport you there, and then you're in BC, you're in Outland, and you just finish the zones there. All of that's actually pretty smooth and efficient if you're playing brand new, right? If you don't know what you're doing and you don't know how to go. That's why I keep mentioning that there are vectors and guidance posts in-game to show you, hey, this is what you can do and this is where you can do it. The big problem is the fact that that system falls apart the moment you hit 71. That irritates the piss out of me, and that is something that I am going to give negatives when we finally get our first character to 71. Because there is no reason for that mechanism to just suddenly stop existing and for them to be like, oh, go do current content. But I'm in the middle of doing your old content. No, go do the current content. No. Jackasses. That's unforgivable. I will not justify or defend that at all. What playable race would I pick to live if I had to pick one? Draenei. Is there a way to do all expansions in order on a single character? Actually, yeah. Now, that is not going to be particularly intuitive. I'm going to go ahead and be very honest about that. Because what you'll have to do is, let's use our Blood Elf as an example. So you make a Blood Elf and you go do BC. And like I said, that's pretty easy to do. You're probably going to hit level 71 in Outland during BC. So you're functionally approaching or at the level cap. And the game's going to be like, hey, I'm going to take away all these mechanisms because I'm a dick. And I was like, okay, well, that sucks. But you just keep doing quests there. You just stay in BC and you just keep doing BC quests because you want to see the quests. But then when you're done with BC, there's going to be a fairly strong moment of now what? Now, I'm going to be honest, I don't know exactly if any vector quests still exist if you're above level 71. I legitimately don't. I don't really have any real way to gauge that until one of my new characters here will be at the level to actually see that for myself. Yeah, I don't think they do either, J. Palmer, but I'm not sure. I will specifically be testing that. But at that point, you're going to have to ask someone, hey, where do I start Northrend? And they will say, go to this person. And then you'll be able to start Northrend. And once you're in an expansion, you're good, right? It's getting to the expansion that's the tricky part. So once you're in Northrend, once you've headed to Northrend, you're good. And then once you've headed to, once you've been like, hey, I want to do Cataclysm, then you're good. And once you've gone to Pandaria, then you're good, and so forth and so on. It's worth noting that there's a reason most expansions are their own continent. There really is only one exception to that. So, like, you look at the world map, right? So, there's Northrend, there's Wrath, right? And there's Pandaria. It's literally labeled Pandaria. There's Warlords. And then there's Legion. Here's Legion. There's Legion. These two are BFA. And then here's here's Shadowlands, once again. Own continent. And then here's Dragonflight, and then here's War Within. So like I said, once you get there, you're fine. It's the getting there that is not intuitive, and I will agree on that. Idiots. Ah, there we go. Oh no, all the quests are there, Lord Harriman. So if you're not in a over phase of a particular expansion, you're just in. So first of all, you're in Dragonflight or War Within because this game is coded by monkeys. But all of those quests will be at the level that they were, if that makes any sense. In other words, no real scaling at a certain point. I actually cannot demonstrate that now because I am currently in the BC mode. But like if I go to BC on my Demon Hunter, who has never actually done BC at all those quests will be there. They'll all be gray because they're like level 30 quests and I'm level 80, but they will be there. And that is the other asterisk. Once you leave the scaling, those quests will become fodder. They'll become trash quests, and you'll just smash through them instantly without any of the real experience of doing the quest at level. This is why I keep recommending you make a new character for each expansion, or for each piece of content you want to see. Now, if you don't care about the gameplay aspect and you just want to see the story, sure. And there's 20. Yes, it is actually impossible, as of this moment in time, to do all the content in the game at level on a single character. The moment you hit 71, you lose the ability to scale yourself to an expansion. Again, dumb decision. I will not defend that, because I just spent several minutes complaining about it. Actually, you know what? I'm sorry. Mr. Red brings up something I forgot about. So there's something the game doesn't tell you. And that is X-blocking. There is a chance we will be using X-blocking during this run. It does still exist. I actually used it just this week. So here's how this works. This is going to sound weird, but hear me out. You talk to an NPC and you say, hey, I want to freeze my level. And you stop gaining experience. Now, the ideal level to do that would probably be around level 60. At level 60, you can experience the overwhelming majority of content of the game. Thank you. Without any problems, but also while being able to do scaling. In other words, you hit level 60, then you go talk to the NPC and say, hey, freeze my experience here forever. And then you're just going to be locked there at 60, and you could still scale. You can still do chromie time. You could still go say, hey, go, I want to send me to Cataclysm. Go do Cataclysm. Send me to Whatchafig, and then you go do Whatchafig. Can you unlock later? Yes. You just talk to the same NPC, and you say, hey, unlock me, and they say, no problem. Done. Where is this NPC? So this is funny. I don't know why they have this guy buried. He's in... You can't see in my mouse. Okay, so you see the building that's like right under my filters in the upper right here? That squarish, reddish building? That's where he's at. Oh, you know what? I can put a pin on here. Boop. There, he's right there. This is where the guy is who allows you to lock your experience. And Lunaver says, does it remember your XP you would have gained while frozen? Nope. You are X-blocked. You know what? I shouldn't say that so definitively, actually. I don't know. More truthful answer. I don't know, Lunarith. It is absolutely a band-aid solution. It should be a toggle in the freaking menu. It should be something you do here. I am a chicken. Yeah, they probably moved him from the Undercity because, well, you know. Do you skill at achievements and rep if you do quests that are gray? Yes. So rep gain doesn't care about scaling. In other words, if I am level 80 doing a level 1 quest that gives 1,000 rep at level 1, my level 80 gets 1,000 rep. The only things that it affects is the experience gain, obvious, and whether or not there's any actual meat on the bones of the content. Because, you know, I'll just be running over everything instantly without effort. Yeah, it's actually interesting because I do applaud this game for having X blocking. It's a good feature. More games like this should have that. There are plenty of reasons why you might want to lock your character at a very specific level. I don't know, Lord Herma. But, like, advertise it a little better? Or just make it a menu option, like I suggest? Yeah, level locking is an old concept. It's down here, don't worry about it. Anyways, that is absolutely a band-aid, but Mr. Red is correct. If you know what you're doing, and I have just told you how to do it, you can lock yourself at the correct level. I'm not even 100% sure what the level is, but like I said, 60 should do it. And from that point, you can continue to chromie time to your heart's content and experience all of the content of the game up to the most recent expansions. Now see, Pillars of Soul says 69, but the problem with that is I couldn't chromie time at level 65. And I tested that last night. So I'm not sure what's going on with that. I haven't heard anything about that, Trahexy, so I have no idea. Yes, but... Okay, so Pillars of Snow doesn't seem to be understanding my point. So allow me to try and elucidate in a slightly better terminology. If you want to experience all the content on a single character without ever alting, first of all, you're insane! But second of all, this is an alt-friendly game, go make alts! Okay, so, the thing is, what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to leave chromie time, and then re-enter chromie time to enter a different expansion. And you're going to have to do that several times. So you're going to want to lock yourself at a point at which you can both enter and then leave chromie time repeatedly. And again, I had issues joining chromie time 60 plus. That's why I recommended 60 to keep it safe. If you're 60, you'll probably be good. Like, that's your safe barrier. I don't know the exact highest level you can enter and leave Chromie time at, because I don't have characters that are level 61, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. I don't have the range necessary to do that kind of a gradient testing. Oh, actually, I did buttons on this guy. Holy crap. Did I enjoy doing dailies in BC? No! I hated dailies. In most expansions. So, Pillars of Snow says, well, it doesn't matter if you're Chromie timed or not. The only thing that changes is the dungeons. But you've already answered yourself simply by stating that, haven't you? Remember, dungeons are main content. Like, dungeons are, in many, many examples, MSQ. You don't want to skip a dungeon, right? And you probably don't want to go through a dungeon at level 60, you know, without being Chromie timed and just run through it solo and kill everything in one hit. So you want Chromie time to have the experience at level. That's the whole goal here, is to experience things at level and not just run through things that are gray. Pandaria dailies were interesting because they were actually pretty good, but there were way, way, way too many of them. And then they got rid of dailies. Well, kind of. They actually still have dailies, but they kind of got rid of dailies as a concept. Nowadays, there's world quests that fill the same slot. Can I explain the mentality behind them making BFA the default expansion for several expansions? Actually, I can. But in order to do that, I have to realize that I haven't killed all the... Oh, those are way over there. Also true, Chill Paladin.
Anu Belore Delana.
Unbelievable. You really should talk to the captain about you joining up as a forest rider. Alright, you've given us the breathing room we need to continue building up our forces here. Actually, by your account, there aren't that many trolls left at all. Maybe we can join Tranquillian and attack Deathholm? I think you've earned a little something. Here, take it.
Keep your wits about you.
Thank you.
Baladash, Malanore.
Ah, Kelgash's head is what smelled so bad. That's a nice piece of work there, priest. With their chieftain dead, the Shadowpine should be in total disarray. Combined with your recent efforts to decimate their numbers, this should be a perfect opportunity to launch a counterstrike and wipe them out for good. You have my thanks. May I interest you in one of these?
We will have justice.
Or... Also, that system would be invaluable in WoW. It would need one other concurrent system to work, though.
That better be good.
Ah, excellent. I knew that Blood Elf delivery system would be the most efficient application of the poison. With any luck, the Shadowpine trolls will get fat on it before keeling over. That'll get them off the backs of the Feist Riders and me back to Tranquillian. Pleasure working with you, priest.
Beware the living.
So, the asterisk is this game needs the queue for lower level dungeons thing. Like you'll notice, I actually didn't even show this off properly. So I can queue for pretty much any of the BC dungeons here. You can see them right there. And that's cool. But the only reason I could queue for the BC dungeons is because I am in Chromie time. So if I want to do a random Burning Crusade dungeon, I can. Cool. Yes. Awesome. This goes away when I'm not synced. So this we talked about this. They need to pull the syncing down system from FF14. Oh, you're dead. You're dead. They need to pull that system from FF14. Now, if they do that, then offer the ability to, you know, scale yourself down to the level necessary. And there's just a slider. I want to be level 33 right now. Boom. That would be awesome. That would be almost a perfect system at that point. Because then one character could, with relative ease, experience almost, there's still one last asterisk, almost all the content in the game at level. And that would be awesome, because there's a lot of good content in this game. And you have to reach out to it to see all of it on one character. And that's the final thing here. I keep mentioning the, you know, on one character thing. And while Lord Harrimont and Blade Taval both think I'm a moron and I'm stupid and I'm dumb and I'm worthless and I should die and I should just go kill myself because I'm terrible and I'm literally Hitler, the fact of the matter is that this entire game is designed around alts. Everything about this game is alt-friendly. The overwhelming majority of stuff you do is bind on account, or account-focused, or account-unlocked. And so they... there we go. The game wants you to make alts. Now, I'm not defending that. I'm more explaining why so much of this game is going to be so much smoother and user-friendly if you just make another character to go see the next expansion, or even the rest of the expansion you're currently on. As was pointed out in chat, when we get to Legion, Legion zones are chonkers. Look at that. There's only 4 questing zones in Legion. And you might, oh my god, that's so few. But no, these zones are gigantic. Look, just do me a favor and look at how many flight paths are on that map right there. To really get just a vague, casual, zoomed out idea of how huge that zone is, right? Legion zones are chonkers, and they have tons and tons and tons of content. So there's a very real chance that, like, you'll do Stormheim, like, all right, Stormheim, and then you'll go up to do High Mountain, and you'll be level 70 from 2 zones because you have been doing that much content. So that's the point at which you make a new character and go do the other 2 zones in Legion.
Our enemies will fall. The reckoning is at hand.
There's much to be done before the Scourge Menace is completely driven from Quel'Thalas. Here, take this coin. It's not much, but you've earned it.
Farewell.
We've had 1 success, but there are 2 more villages that must be reclaimed. Golden Mist Village is our next target. It lies to the northwest and has been taken by the ghosts of the High Elves that used to live there. Gruesome, I know, but there are apparently some of the sort of tactics the Scourge likes to employ. Go and take the Ghost and Wraiths. Take the West Road out of here to get here.
We will have justice. State your business. Shorel-Aran.
Thank you, Serix. I appreciate it. Alright. Of course, there's a bunch of new quests here. So at what point does alt-friendly become alt-mandated? That's actually a really good question. Again, I'm not really defending it. It's just... How do I put this into words? The only way to actually answer that would be to get into the very concept and terminology of what exactly means mandatory. If you want to experience all of the content of WoW, then yes, it is 1 step away from mandatory to have to go and, you know, make alts in order to experience it proper-like. And keep in mind, there's 1 giant asterisk which is staying on all of this, and that's raids. You can't. You cannot experience any raid other than current endgame raids at level. It's not possible. There is no real vehicle for doing so. I shouldn't say it's not possible, but it's not feasible. It's not reasonable. The only way you can do that is if you got 40 or 25 or 10 players who are with you as part of a manually crafted team who all level synced themselves to the level of the raid, and then you would go and do it. That's the only method to experience raids proper-like. And that's awful. That's why that's getting negatives every single expansion.
Everything has a price. We will have justice.
This is intolerable. I have nothing to work with here. My lady asked me to come from Silvermoon City. She deserves cuisine as befits her station, no? But I get here and there is no food. You must go out, priest, and bring back fresh kills so I have something to prepare. Dame prefers a crunchy texture to her food. There's plenty of spiders around here.
Farewell.
But yeah, no. Like I said, the biggest thing this game needs is the freaking roulette system. By far. That would solve so many issues in this game by itself. A bounty is hereby declared for the abominations known as Knucklerot and Luzran. These are dreadful creations of Darkhan, and extremely dangerous. They've been sighted patrolling near the howling and bleeding ziggurats. Individuals seeking to claim the reward must present their heads to the Deathstalker Rathiel. There's a lot of dungeons in this game, Mr. Red. And raids. Like, the dungeons, like I said, there's asterisks there's hoops you can jump through in order to get to see the dungeons. No real hoops exist to go see the raids. And there's really good raids in this game.
I'm listening.
How am I supposed to supply the war effort when I cannot even safely get my supplies here? I was promised an escort that never came. And then when I had to leave one of my carts behind, I was attacked by a band of ghouls. You want to help out and get me open for business in the process? Go down to the western road out of town and past the graveyard. On the other side of the Dead Scar is a fork in the road. The hill that my cart has is on the left, just beyond.
Goodbye.
It's funny you say that, Blade Taval, because most of this game follows the same precepts. All of these hoop jumpings that I keep talking about all boil down to two things. Dungeons and raids. Have you thought about that for a second? Let me walk back for a second. Let's presume, let's just magically erase every dungeon and raid from the game, okay? So they're all gone. So, now, you, Blade Taval, you come to me and say, you know, I'd really like to experience all the content of this game on one character. Done. Go do it. It scales up to you anyways. So, you just go do it at that point. There's no hoops. There's no asterisks. You just go to Outland. Whoop, hang on. I forgot about that. Block guild invites. There we go. So you just sorry. So you just go to Outland. If I could get out here, Jesus Christ! No, wrong Outland. There we go. And then you just quest and you 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 quest. Okay, I did all of Outland. Huh? Okay. I guess I'll just go to Northrend. And then you go to Northrend, and then you quest, and 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 you quest, quest. Okay. And now I want to go do the Cata stuff. Quest, and then you go to more Cata stuff. Quest. You get my point. If not for the dungeons and raids, nothing is really preventing you from experiencing all the content on one character. Those are the big asterisks. To be completely honest, from a user-friendly perspective, what I would actually recommend you do is just go through the dungeons and crush them for the story. Just go through a gray dungeon and destroy it by yourself in order to be able to experience the narrative of that dungeon. That's not a great option, but it is by far the easiest option. Anyways, more quests. So many quests here.
Our enemies will fall.
Can you believe it? We have an actual functioning arcane sanctum up and running southeast of here. All manner of important magisters have come and taken part in running it. Again, remember, sanctums are functionally power plants for the elves. Of course, they've all forgotten about the sanctum of the moon. Not much remains of it, and its energies have given rise to some bizarre creatures. I'm not one to let good resources go to waste, however. Go to the sanctum of the moon, see if you can recover the crystallized essences from the creatures there.
Remember the Sunwell.
This had better be good.
If you've made it this far, you probably know about the Dead Scar and how to this day, mindless scourge follow the path of destruction Arthur's created on his way to Silvermoon. Make yourself useful and thin down the scourge's numbers in the scar. If you prove to be worth your salt, I'll put in a good word for you.
Farewell.
I'm listening.
To find a cure for the plague, we need to understand how it affects different creatures, from the most complex life forms to the lowliest subspecies. I've come here to study the Murlocs, since like us they've retained free will and undeath. What makes these lowly mongrels so special? We have to find out. Travel northwest, bring me their spines, so I can study the accumulation of plague in their marrow.
Farewell.
I love undead quests. Is it possible and feasible and reasonable for them to make follower dungeons? Yes. It's one of the reasons why I'm actually excited about the idea of them backporting the follower dungeon concept. Because, as I talked about the other day when I was showing off the follower dungeon, it's such a dynamic system that adjusting it for a previous dungeon or raid is actually really, really easy. Like, all you really need to do is design a basic path through the dungeon for the NPCs to follow. And a couple of specific things that are, you know, specific to encounters in that dungeon, and then you're done. Right? Like, holy crap.
And you are...
The Underlight mines to the southwest have been overrun by a clan of gnolls, calling themselves the Black Paw. I don't need to remind you how important those mines are to us as a strategic asset in our ongoing campaign in the Ghostlands. Take the south road out of town. Follow the road to the right. Here's some directions. Nobody needs these moving.
Beware the living.
Glory to the Sindori.
Priest, we're having difficulty with a group of night elves that have recently taken over a nearby island. They've set up a small camp at one of the old high elf ley line nexi, Enderoth to the northwest. There's a dirt path that leads up to it just past the Dead Scar. I suggest you lend your aid by going there, investigating what they're up to, and slaying as many of the conceited night elves as you can.
Hold your head high.
Believe it or not, encounter design is an easier solution than you'd think, Rax. Like I said, I don't know if... Did you hear me talk about that yesterday? Executor, your direct assault approach will cost us more lives than I am comfortable with. A more nuanced strategy is called for, one that involves us reclaiming the surrounding territory, starting with the villages so as to cut off all points of reinforcement for Deathhome. I strongly disagree. Darkon is not going to get reinforcements because he'll be bottlenecked. Deathhome has only one way in and out. Your traitor was a fool to corner himself in there, and I intend to exploit that weakness. I hear what you're saying, Mavrin. Nevertheless, the final decision is mine. I appreciate your assistance, but the majority of the lives on the line are Blood Elf, and I will not have those lives carelessly thrown away. How long until Forsaken reinforcements arrive? Our position here is tenuous, and your lady promised us more soldiers. We must be able to concentrate solely on Deathhome and the Scourge. You are correct. We must concentrate on the Scourge. Ignore the trolls in the villages and focus our attention on Deathhome. With Darkon defeated, you'll find the rest of the Scourge body will fall quickly, lacking their head. Mavrin, I don't want excuses, I want results. The Frustrators aren't available. We've received all we're going to get from Silver Moon for now. I cannot ignore the Shadowpine Trolls and the Zulamon. They're arrayed on our eastern border. And yeah, you see the difference in Blood Elf and Forsaken mentality there. It's actually easy to see how they work alongside each other and how they even work well with each other. But they're definitely coming at things from a different perspective because they just value things differently. I really hope they expand the follower dungeon concept. Sorry, you got me thinking about that again. There's so much potential good in that system. So how far past you am I at this point in Ghostlands? I'm a little over halfway, I'd say. I don't think I'm actually going to be able to get past this before the lunch break. Maybe if I rush a little bit. Not really, J. Palmer. Plenty of Forsaken chose to become basically the undead equivalent of bandit lords. Private little undead fiefdoms. It's actually fairly common, weirdly enough. I agree, Magister. But, I mean, who knows, right? I was excited for follower dungeons back in Pandaria when they first experimented with it, because I could see where it was going and how impressive what they had managed so far was. Yeah, I already killed Aquataion, or whatever his name is. Unless there's some other guy, in which case I haven't, and ignore me. We'll actually be dealing with a lot of the would-be bandit kings of the undead as we go through several zones throughout this game. We'll see that in the Southern Barrens, we'll see that in the Eastern Plaguelands. God, I don't remember where else. There's several. So if you're noticing one thing that's interesting about this zone, it's very much designed with BC mentality in mind. You're supposed to leave this zone at level 20-ish, which level 20 back then, which was pretty decent for a secondary zone. Most secondary zones let you leave at like closer to 14. But the way they accomplished that was they decided to go ahead and make every quest involve either killing lots of stuff, like 8 or 10, or what is that? No, 18 different mobs for a single quest, which is actually a pretty large amount, all things considered. Or they would have you fight things for drop rates, which wouldn't drop all the time. They also had lots of quests, just raw quantity of quests. That's one of the reasons why Eversong took so long, my own failings notwithstanding. After all, I am being very boring. So this stuff down there. Oh, I will too, Pillars of Snow. Like, regardless of some hackles with, say, Blood Mist, vanilla design overall is, I mean, it's vanilla design. I don't even know what else to add to that, honestly. You haven't seen bad quests until you've done 1,000 Needles. Or Ferrolos. Or the Badlands. Or the Burning Stone. Oh my god, look. Anyways, point being, yeah, remember, we probably didn't... I don't know why I'm saying probably. The way this was originally designed, we didn't actually have a mount at this point in time. Oh god, Sunken Temple. I have been told that even in Classic, Sunken Temple isn't great. Now, ironically, I've been told it's pretty cool in Seasons of Discovery. But that's a little bit of a different thing, isn't it? We were talking, this was some time ago, this was during the 3 FF14 runs ago, so this is a couple of years ago now. We were trying to come up with a triple negative dungeon. The one we came up with... I'm actually going to abandon this quest. This is actually a waste of my time. I just realized that. So we're just going to do that. The one we came up with was Sunken Temple. The original Sunken Temple, the one that doesn't exist anymore. The one that we will not show off. Hey look, it's the original elf models. Can I explain how Seasons of Change works? Sure. So, I want you to imagine that the developers have an entire server where they can just play around with stuff because nobody cares. And so there's no real, like, balancing considerations. There's no real problems of community outreach or outcry or people being pissed about things. Nobody cares. They just do whatever the hell they want to. And they use that to their advantage to experiment with things. Some of which are cool or fun and interesting, and some of which are not. That's the whole point. They're playing around, right? The idea, though, is you go into a Season of Discovery. It's mostly classic, but in addition to being classic, there's new stuff. There's new raids, there's new quests, there's new dungeons. There's a few additional new bits of lore and content, which probably has to do with Xal'atath. We're still not sure about that to this very day. But also there's new things. I'm trying to remember what they're called. Runes, I want to say? Something like that. And I can't remember what they're called, but there's this new stuff. You can find this new stuff from specific spots in the world. And they change... It is runes, thank you. They change how your abilities work completely. When I say completely, I mean imagine tanking on a mage. Or healing on a warrior. That's what I mean when I say completely changing your abilities. They're also way overpowered. Again, remember the balance comment I just mentioned. Because the whole point is just to, you know, screw around with it and see what they can do. Do I enjoy Priest combat right now? It's not actually as great as Warrior, no. But it's fine. Yes, these are undead Murlocs. Isn't that cool? We've taken one terrible thing and combined it with another terrible thing. J. Palmer, the Undead Murloc. Saturdays at 7. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Some abilities that weren't in Classic are in Seasons of Discovery. like Divine Storm. And a lot of those also have runes attached to them, which can change how you play. The simplest way to explain what it is it's essentially, you know, remix, right? It's kind of like Pandaria Remix, except it's classic remix. I'm almost positive, do not quote me on this, that the Pandaria Remix came from the work they did on Seasons of Discovery. Each season changes things up a little bit more from previous seasons, hence the term. And all of it's kind of intended to be a temporary thing. So, let's talk about that. Thank you, Jay Palmer, very, very much. Always and ever appreciate. Thank you. Let me look up what you put that towards really quick while I try to kill this person. It's over here. You want to see something I'm legitimately proud of? Let's see, where is it? There it is. Hey, do you see these? These are the Pandaria Remix achievements. I have all of them. Anyways. Oh, I'm done. Yay. Okay, so let's go this way. So, no, I'm trying to answer too many questions at once. I've also got all of the anniversary achievements. I just finished that last night. J. Palmer hated Pandaria Remix. Do you mind explaining why? I'm sorry, that confuses the hell out of me. That was one of the biggest breaths of fresh air I've ever seen in this game. And, like, it was an extremely good, objectively, a good decision from the perspective of a gaming company. Let me explain that a little bit. God, I've got like 3 questions I got to answer. Okay, so hang on. Let's rewind a second. So first of all, Yura was asking about priest combat. One of the biggest issues with priest combat is that you've already kind of seen a decent amount of the loop. Now that's the point. The whole idea is that you have most of your core loop at about 20. That's true for every class in this game, every spec in this game, excuse me. The problem is Shadow just has never quite gelled with me. I do like the insanity mechanic, but once again, even with the insanity mechanic, it is still very much a freight train class. And so for a lot of these fights, what I do is I just put both dots on, nuke them, and then slow them until they die, and that's the loop. I don't know, it's just not as engaging to me as a warrior, which is constantly trying to balance moving and slowing and hitting and cooldowns and all kinds of other stuff. I don't know. I'm probably just boring. So that's my answer to that question. Okay, so next question was what was up with Pandaria Remix and how it was different? So Pandaria Remix is always oh god, I'm starting to slur. Pandaria Remix is gone. It was a temporary event that was done in order to try and do some things which I'll talk about in a second. The main difference was that it was completely different. It's hard to even summarize all of the differences. Like, you couldn't gain... You will level extremely quickly, and I mean extremely quickly. Like, getting to max level in a single zone extremely quickly. It was great. I loved it. And so it was a great way to try out classes you've never tried out before, or to try out specs you've never tried out before. If you ever wanted to see what it was like playing a such and such, that was a good time to do it. And I know several people who would play a such and such to specifically see. In fact, I know someone personally who decided to pick up Death Knight during Pandaria Remix and fell in love with it. One example. So, you level extremely quickly. You don't gain traditional rewards. There's gear, but the gear's weird because the gear scales to you until you hit max level, and then the only way to improve it was a system where you had to spend bronze on it. Bronze was the mechanic of, it was the currency. There wasn't really gold to speak of. It was all just bronze. And bronze could be used on upgrading gear or buying cosmetics. There were hundreds, let me stress that word for a second, hundreds of separate cosmetics that you could buy in Pandaria Remix, of all types and varieties. There were toys, there were mounts, there were pets, and of course there was lots and lots and lots and lots of equipment, transmog. That was another one of the big benefits of Pandaria. It was a great way for people who like cosmetics to go fill out their lists. Spoilers, That's most people who play this game. So a lot of people really liked being able to fill out their list and get a whole bunch of Pandaria gear. If I do something really quick here, I can showcase what I'm talking about a little bit. So, I have an add-on called All the Things. It helps me to track what I need and what I have from which... oh, that's actually not the one I want. It helps me to track everything, right? So, if I were to look at, say, dungeons and raids, you'll notice that most of these are down in the 20% range, but Mist of Pandaria is up in the 70% range. That's because I got an inordinate quantity of transmog from the Pandaria remix. Over double of what I have in any other expansion. Do I think they'll do Legion next? I mean, Pandaria and Legion are the two most popular expansions. The only other one that might qualify would be Wrath. There's other things. They would change up how you played, and there were certain little side things you can do, and it was a whole bunch of little stuff. But it was a remix. It was exactly what it sounds like. Because they recognize something that I've been talking about for years. So this is the concept I refer to as the playground problem. So in MMOs, there's the concept of borrowed power, and then there's the concept of evergreen. I didn't come up with these terms. Don't ask me. These two concepts are in direct opposition to each other. So an evergreen thing in an MMO is a feature or concept or whatever that's going to keep being around, intentionally forever. It's supposed to be something that just becomes part of the base game. Anybody who's played Path of Exile knows what the evergreen concept is. A borrowed power is the exact opposite. It's something where you get this specific ability or concept or whatever that is something you get just for one expansion, and then it goes away for the next expansion. Now, here's the deal. Nobody likes borrowed power. Nobody likes borrowed power. And everybody hates the concept, and for good reason. It's easy to understand even if you've never played an MMO before. Here's a cool toy. Oh, thanks. Now give me it back. Oh. And that's the problem with borrowed power in a nutshell. So nobody likes that. And the biggest and most horrible example of that we've ever had was artifacts back in Legion. Artifacts were a great improvement to the game that they got rid of. Now you're probably thinking, well, hold on. Lore, if it was such a good feature, why'd they get rid of it? Well, that gets into the paradox of game design. You can't just keep adding features forever, right? At some point or another, not only is balance going to be a nightmare to maintain, but you're going to have an inevitable power creep problem. Hell, you're not even going to have the traditional power creep problem. You're going to have a feature creep problem. Because at some point or another, you will have so many mechanics and so many concepts and so many abilities from so many things, and all of it's just going to be stuff that's going to make it harder and harder and harder for players to keep up and keep track of. You can't keep doing that forever. However, you also cannot just not give the player something new per expansion. They need something new. If I might dip out of this conversation for a bit and do a quick sidebar, if that's okay. One of the biggest reasons why I've said for years is that... hang on, I'm starting the sentence the wrong way. Let me restart this sentence. MMOs probably shouldn't go on for too long. Like as a concept, like philosophically. MMOs should probably have a baked-in shelf life, at which point they just stop making the MMO. And the very concept of this whole borrowed power thing and the concept of things getting more and 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 more over time is why. We had a whole debate earlier where Bladefell told me that it was bald and stupid and dumb and worthless because of the fact that in this game it takes actual work and effort to experience the entire game as intended. Yeah, exactly. At a certain point, you need to just stop just tacking on more and more and more and more and more, and you need to move on to the sequel. Now, do I think WoW has reached this point? I think WoW reached that point years ago. Don't mistake me. I think WoW is in a good place right now. And I do mean that. But if they don't pull the plug after, I forget what it's called, the one after midnight, they are, in my opinion, making a mistake. Frankly, I think FF14 is getting there. I don't think it's there yet. I think they have potential for a story arc right now. But honestly, I think The Last Titan, thank you. Honestly, I think that once the current story arc in FF14 concludes, they should move on to another game. Maintain it, of course, right? Keep it there, keep it live, keep it active, but move on. Like, FF11 it, right? You know? Put it into maintenance mode. Because it just gets more and more and more and more untenable, both for the developers and for players. Even existing players, never mind new players. Oh, I actually don't need to go into there, do I? Do I? No, I do not. Okay, cool. So Guild Wars 2 is kind of in a weird spot. Guild Wars 2 could have gone ahead and shut down. There's actually a recent expansion they could have done that in. They decided not to, and they've started a whole new, brand new thing. But the reason Guild Wars 2 is weird is because they don't really add new stuff each expansion in Guild Wars 2. Not really. It's more like, to put it into terms of WoW, it would be more like, hey, here's a new spec. It's not actually a new class, you're not actually stronger, it's just a different spec that plays a little bit differently. The problem is, I do actually think Guild Wars 2 is already starting to spin the drain on that particular problem. Because a lot of those new specs are not good, I think is the way I want to... I'm just going to summarize that. They need some work. Yes, actually, Fife, although I haven't dipped in my toe into any of that yet because I haven't had any time to play Guild Wars 2 since the... I just realized I can't even talk about it without spoiling. Since the stuff after the dragons, we'll just put it that way. Get all this crap in my inventory. There we go.
Many farewells.
So yeah, it's a thing. Spellbreaker was amazing, but like, that's the problem, isn't it? Several individual new specs are pretty legit, and several of the other ones aren't.
The dark times will pass.
It's very, And another problem is, some of them, in some cases, don't even really change much. It's like, okay, now you can wield a hammer as a mage, and it's like, okay, thanks. Yes, I know, that spec was actually pretty good, but you get the point. I was sent here from the Sanctum of the Sun to gather ore pieces, but the gnolls have overrun the place. It's going to be my head on a platter if I don't get those to the Magister. Maybe you could help? You can find the ore in the tin and copper veins, and the gnolls are carrying it too. When you have enough, take it to Magister Colestus at the Sanctum of the Sun. Okay.
Be ready for anything.
Might not finish this quest. We'll see. The best way to get old tier pieces, just go back and crush them like a bug. So... You're probably, I know what you're thinking, but I can't turn in the tokens. So what should happen? What should be happening when you go back to an old thing is you should get the item that used to be turned into a vendor to turn it into a set piece, and it's just usable. You just right click it, you just use it, and it just turns into the set piece on the fly. I know they're not all that way. It's because those are manually designed, so they haven't gotten all of them yet. So, I'm a little bit behind. God, I'm actually running out of... Like, I'm so behind on questions. What is this? Polemic day? Sorry, so I was just introducing the concept of Evergreen versus borrowed power. So borrowed power sucks. So how do we fix it? How do we fix this situation? How do we make it so that we can add new stuff each expansion, but not make it so that the players get into Ridiculoland? So the answer to that is what I call the playground. FF14 and World of Warcraft both actually have started doing the playground concept. The idea is you dip into what is effectively a bubble, and in that bubble the rules are different. So they don't have to follow the usual concepts of balance. They don't have to care too much about player feedback. All they care about is one thing and one thing only: fun. I know that sounds weird to say it that way, But as a developer for an MMO, you have to think about a lot of things that are not fun, right? And yeah, Torghast. A lot of people speak ill of Torghast, and for good reason. But Torghast is actually a very good example of a playground. It's a separate little pseudo-random dungeon thing you go through, and you just go nuts in it. You just have fun with it. And if this sounds familiar, it's because we just finished talking about the Pandaria remix and the Seasons of Discovery. And you start to see, so this is finally answering Jay Palmer or Wenlock or whoever said it. It was someone who had a blue skin or a blue text. Why I actually did like the Pandaria remix. It's because it was a good playground. In fact, it was even a well-timed playground. It was a playground that existed to keep people playing and keep people interested in between major patches, in this case, between the launch of an expansion. Let me tell you a little bit of a statistic. Once upon a time, there was this concept. I don't actually have a term for it. I'm not sure if there is an official term for it. But it's the waiting period for the next expansion, right? In fact, if you give me a moment, I can just pull this up on camera. Give me one moment. There it is. So I want you to look at this graphic, okay? Check this sucker out. Yeah, the content drought. Thank you. I knew there was actually a term for that. The content drought. Hang on. Got to keep shrinking it. There we go. There we go. Okay, so what you're looking at here is the content for WoW, okay? Do you see that? Hang on one second. I need to pull it up so I can comment on it and keep doing this stupid quest while I'm doing it. Okay, so on the far left, we have blue. That's launch, right? And then red is your first patch, and then yellow is your second patch. Green is third, and purple is fourth. And if you're paying attention there, you'll notice that there's some interesting patterns that immediately start being produced just by looking at that. So there's also a number there. Now, you probably can't read that number, but to give you a bit of perspective, between the final patch of WoW and the launch of BC was 140 days. Now, that's not too bad. But that's still a little over 4 months. About a quarter, it's actually over a quarter of a year spent with no new updates, no new content, no nothing. Now, that's not the end of the world. That's pretty much what FF14 does as a standard pattern. But then you look at BC, which had 233 days in between its final patch and the launch of Wrath. Okay. Wrath had 364 days. I remember that one in particular because I was an active raider at that point in time. And we got really bored. Like, so many people just dipped out of the game bit by bit by bit because there was just nothing to do. It was a year. It was a solid goddamned year of no new content. And then Kata's launch was Kata's launch, and that was its own problem. Yeah, it's a whole thing, right? It's a whole thing. And you can understand why so many people have issues with it and why that is a problem. Oh, by the way, that's not even the worst one. The worst one was Pandaria. How many of you remember the Pandaria gap? I remember the Pandaria gap. So Pandaria, I talk about how great of an expansion it was, but it should probably be mentioned that I actually need to pay a slight bit of attention here. Give me just a sec. The Pandaria gap was 460 days, which already speaks for itself, quite frankly. It's just insane, the sheer scope and size of that gap. But hang on, it's worse than that. So Pandaria launched and was awesome. And then Pandaria got its first patch 2 months in. Okay, that's awesome. Its next patch was 3 months in, then 2, then 2. The problem is that first patch was really good. That's 5.1. That's Shield Wall. The war, right? Great patch. The second patch, Throne of Thunder. Great patch. Third patch, I bet most of you don't even remember what the third patch was for Pandaria. The third patch was the thing that pushed, Vol'jin. It was the content that you could do in the North Barrens. And I really put that in quote-unquotes. You could sweep that and do everything that's worth doing there inside of, like, a day. 3 months of that. Then there was the final patch, which added a zone I hate. Like, I absolutely despise the Timeless Isle. This zone can go directly to hell. This zone is, here's a bunch of grindy stuff to grind on while you wait for us to finish working on Warlords. Have fun! This zone sucks, and I intend to give it many, many, many negatives. They did add Siege of Orgrimmar, and Siege of Orgrimmar is a good raid. That was it. Siege, one little quest chain, and this stupid island. So that's 2 full patches of effectively no real content. So we're already about 5 months in with no real new patch content. And then we had to wait 460 days for Warlords to come out. The Pandaria gap was awful.
We will persevere. Time is of the essence.
My apprentice was unable to take care of this herself. I shall have a word with her when she returns, gnolls or not. Speaking of which, why didn't she return with you? That one is a handful, and it's going to be quite a challenge to properly train. Thank you, priest, for bringing these samples to me. We're hoping we can uncover some special property from them that'll help in the fight against the Scourge.
Keep your wits about you.
Well, I haven't even started talking about the Danan jungle, Jay Palmer. I don't even want to talk about that. I know. Because I'm not done yet, Primer. Because then we talk about Warlords. So Warlords launched. Now, it's worth noting, Warlords actually had a really strong launch. And in fact, almost all of the good content in Warlords was at launch. So that makes sense. That's logical. Then it was 100 days before the first patch, which was a really, really minor patch, content-wise. Now, I will always give Warlords credit for being the tech debt expansion, because they solved a tremendous amount of things under the hood, completely overhauled how the game functioned. Yeah, everyone is like, oh, it's the selfie patch, and it's understandable why players are upset about that, and I'm not dismissing that. But also the players are completely wrong. That was a very necessary, mandatory, and useful patch for the health of the game overall. The game is still in a better state to this day because of those stupid, dumb patches in Warlords. Then there was the next content patch, and I really put that in quote-unquotes. By the way, that was another 120 days later. The content patch added to Non-Jungle, which was the Timeless Isle, but worse. And a new raid. Oh, hey, that sounds familiar. And then we had 434 days of nothing.
The dark times will pass. Stay the course.
Yeah, at least you can fly into Danan. I'll actually give you that. So we've had some rough patch cycles, and this is one of the biggest... So someone mentioned the FF14 thing. I agree with whoever said that. I think it was Pillars of Snow. I would much rather have a consistent content cycle than this nonsense up here. Because holy crap. And almost every expansion has that big-ass gap at the end. But the main reason... Finally, to talk about this, the main reason that I've brought all of this up is those giant-ass gaps in between content towards the end of an expansion's life cycle are more or less unavoidable. Like, there's no real way to avoid those big things. So what do? Well, something I've been saying for years at this point is you hire a separate team whose job it is to make live content that's separate from the main content. And they're in the playground. They're making a playground. Go have fun in it. And hey, Pandaria Remix. And Seasons of Discovery, actually. So we got 2 playgrounds this year to help bridge the gap in between Dragonflight and War Within. And it worked. The sub numbers themselves speak for it. You know, I don't even need to go into that. But also from just a purely personal perspective, it was a much, much smoother onboarding to go from the end of Dragonflight and the Yggdrasil stuff into War Within because we had stuff to do in between. And that took me way too long to say is why I disagree with you, Jay Palmer. And I think that Pandaria Remix was awesome. Because it was that very, very necessary bridge content.
Speak quickly.
Just as soon as I get a hold of the rest of the supplies, I'll be open for business. The forces here aren't going to get very far if they can't purchase what they need to ply their trades. War zones can be such profitable places, wouldn't you agree? Now, did you manage to fight your way to my cart through all those goals?
Victory for
With
Sylvanas.
the rest of my supplies here, I can finally open shop. I'm sure the High Executive will be most pleased to hear the war on Darkon and the Scourge can commence. Oh, and there's the small matter of your recompense. Very well. Here's the coin I alluded to. Do be sure to drop by should you find yourself in need of trade goods.
Trust no one.
The dark times will pass.
Your success at Golden Mist has taken us another step closer to taking our land back. Don't fool yourself, though. This fight is far from over. Here, you've earned this.
Keep your wits about you.
The final battle against the Ghostland villages is upon you. Windrunner village to the southwest has been overrun by a large force of more powerful Scourge shocktroopers, shades, and gargoyles. You will be the spear point of our offensive, thinning out their number. The magisters at the nearby Sanctum of the Sun have made a special request this time. They want the remains from the Scourge to study in hopes of finding creative ways to fight them. Good hunting.
The reckoning is at hand.
Anaria Shola.
Did you obtain the essences?
The reckoning is at
Very
hand.
powerful. I'm very pleased with
Death
your work.
to all
Thank
who
you.
oppose us.
The eternal sun.
Disappointing that the Night Elves' plans were not readily apparent at Andarath. However, those objects looked like small magically grown trees with orbs on top of them. It appears we need to be more direct in our information gathering. Here, take this coin and these potions. I believe you'll have use for them before we're done dealing with these Night Elves. Ugh. Filthy tree huggers. Ugh!
Salama Ashalanore.
Now, the more direct course of action that we're going to take is to figure out what the Night Elves are really up to. I want you to head west to the road outside of Chandrast Isle, just off the Shalandis Isle, wow, and recover any plans they might have on the island or on their ship.
Hold your head high.
What do you require?
It's a fair job of butchery you managed there. We'll get the miners back to work now. I'm sure they'll be disappointed their break is over, but there's armor and weaponry to be made, and that requires ore. Here, take this payment.
Trust
Have
no
a drink
one.
on me. Priest, I want you to reclaim Windrunner Spire. It's an honor, really. Windrunner Spire is the original home of Lady Sylvanas, Queen of the Forsaken, former Ranger General of the Elves, but now it's been overrun by Scourge. To get there, here to follow these directions.
Beware the living.
I did too as Miristar, which is why I had to correct myself there.
Speak quickly.
You have something to show me?
Embrace the shadow.
Lezra and Knucklerod. Not thinking so tough now, are you? I can see you're as ugly as ever. Here, take one of these. You've earned it.
Beware. Our enemy is abound. What is it?
Have you obtained the specimens? Like I
Victory
asked?
for Sylvanas.
Excellent. These spines will be invaluable to my research. When I find a cure for the plague, my word and the word of my name will spread. Oh, I'll make sure to make mention of you. In the meantime, take these as a reward.
Watch your back.
Of course they did, J. Palmer. Why wouldn't they? I, Elune Edore. Which roughly translates as, Elune loves you. She does it.
Anu Belore Delanar. Remember the sun well.
Almost done. I think we're going to push into our lunch break and finish Ghostlands. We can actually start Hellfire Peninsula today. So, Primarch says, does War Within have a reputation like Dragonflight? What is the reputation that Dragonflight has? To clarify. Oh, reputation system. Yes. I forget what they call it. But yes, the factions system is still there in War Within. I will admit I've barely interacted with it, and I've barely noticed it because I'm still in the doing content phase of things. I'll worry about getting my rep up later. Renown, that's what they call it. Thank you. So let's talk about talents as we're on our way over here. Let's see. Hang on. Let's get a flat line here. There we go. So on the left side, we don't have much we can really mess around with. Kind of. I think the Shadowlands thing was the prototype of the round system. Don't quote me on that, though. So let's go ahead and get Purified Disease to get rid of all diseases. And then let's get... I really want that, though? Maybe I don't. So we can reduce the cooldown of Psychic Scream, which is our AoE fear, or it can make them stunned rather than feared. That might be useful. We also make it so that Fade removes all snares. That's actually really useful. Let's go and do Void Tendrils. That's a good one. So we have a choice here. We can increase the amount of damage required to break the enemies out of our CC, or Void Tendrils. It's a minute cooldown, and it summons tendrils which root all enemies within 8 yards for 15 seconds. Now, Void Tendrils are unique, because unlike most roots, it's not a debuff. It spawns a mob, and the mob roots them. So they stay rooted until they kill the mob. So, more useful, yes useful, less useful. It's more situational, but it's a nice variance from your typical roots. Over on the Shadow side, we are going to go ahead and get Surge of Insanity. I just mentioned that. And we are going to get Dispersion, would have saved our life. And now we can buff Dispersion. So it either heals us for an additional 25% of our max health, and its cooldown is reduced, or any healing from Vampiric Touch and Devouring Plague while you're at max health will shield you instead of healing you. So in other words, overhealing gets turned into bubbles. Both of those are extremely useful, but we're going to go for the Dispersion buff. We'll go ahead and put roots. Put roots there, and we'll put this there. No, I changed my mind. Let's switch those. There we go. There we go. Okay. So here's some Night Elves. We are mass murdering Night Elves. So I've already kind of commented on this, but I have to refresh my point that we're kind of the aggressors here. We don't really have a really good casus belli for killing these Night Elves. They're here to spy on us. Just like the other ones were. Spying is not an act of war. I'm sorry. Even in Warcraft, spying is not an act of war. Part of the problem here, and I've noticed this in some of the dialogue, and I've been trying to get it across in my voice acting, part of the problem is that a lot of the individual quests dealing with these guys have been like, ugh, Night Elves, ugh, they're so gross and dumb and worthless and terrible, and I hate them because we're evil. And that's just part of the dialogue problems that we've been talking about in BC in general. They really wanted the Blood Elves to join the Horde, so they concocted the dumbest possible reason available for us to just kind of beeline for that. So there's the roots, just to show off what it looks like. Killing spies is normal. Jesus, man. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, the way they talk is like, oh my god, the Night Elves are on the verge of attacking us. But I've been paying very careful attention to the dialogue as we've been going, the specific word-to-word choice of it. And there's no actual indicators that they're doing anything other than here to spy on them. Like, even these plans, they're not attack plans. In fact, one of the Night Elf plans says, scrying on the Sindorai. For those of you not aware from the terminology, scrying specifically means to magically spy on someone. You know, to magically see something from a distance is what that literally means. They respawn after like 10 seconds. Oh no, never mind, you got it anyways. Wow, we both got it. Nice. Whee. Like, guys. And it's not like this couldn't have worked, right? But it doesn't because the writers didn't bother to make it work. Instead, they just wanted the Blood Elves to be Horde, so the Night Elves are just, kill them, and that's it. It's like, guys, really? Instead, we've got Murlocs. This is how you get Murlocs. Never go full Murloc. Come on. Oh my god. Oh, okay. This is my life now. Over here. I can't change that in combat. That's funny. Fine. Die. Sign you to oblivion. For daring to slow me down. Do not waste my time. Now what am I in combat with? Okay. Yep. I think I've been doing pretty good. I've only paused to talk for like 10 minutes today. Max was making fun of me last night. I was talking about how irritating it was that we didn't finish Eversong yesterday. I was mentioning that in the purviews of how tired I've been lately, because I've been exhausted lately because of being sick. And he was just like, you need to just stop talking about the game and just play it, dude. So from now on, no talking about the game, just for you guys. By the way, did you notice that this quest, rather than just being a typical X of Y, is actually a loot X of Y, and it's a large loot X of Y. They really wanted Ghostlands to be a thing, and this, I think, is the final reason why Ghostlands sucks. It's padded. I don't mind a zone with a lot to do. As I've mentioned before, I really like the Legion zones, and there's lots of stuff to do in Legion. But this is just stretching it out, right? Like, this is just take your time, just hang on, we'll get there. How many chapters in Ghostlands? That's actually a good question. 3 of 3, and we are done. Which is funny because we have, so in practical terms, we have this bundle of quests, and then one more bundle of quests after this, and then we'll be done. I need a few more gargoyles. And then we have to reclaim Windrunner Spire. We must ensure that Sylvanas has her ancestral home that she doesn't care about at all, even at this point in the story. It's not too crazy, but like you can see how padded this is. Just this. I think I will specifically put this under padding because it's down to the individual moments of this is how many mobs to kill. This is how spread out the mobs are. This is how many items you need to drop. This is how many quests you are to do for this particular section, etc., etc., etc. It's just a bit of a slog, and it gets tiresome, especially for a zone that isn't all that visually interesting and doesn't really move the narrative all that far forward. Most of the major narrative that is relevant to this zone we've already interacted with. Is it further? It's further south. Like, I haven't really been talking about the narrative here because we've kind of covered most of it already. I actually agree with that Pillars of Snow. You may or may not notice I actually decided not to do those quests because I remember those quests, and I agree. Those plus the spider bits, those 3 quests are uniquely terrible. They're vanilla quests in a BC zone. And it's just, what in the world? And yeah, I should probably mention, I've leveled in this zone a lot. And you're probably thinking, Lore, you're doing nothing but talking about how terrible it is. Why would you level in this zone a lot? Because the alternative was vanilla zones. So for those of you not aware of how this worked back in the day, when BC was added, they added 2 new starting experiences. The one we showed off the other day, which is the Draenei, and this one, which is Eversong and Ghostlands. Then Wrath came out, and that added nothing unless you were a Death Knight. So in 3 expansions, if you wanted to level a new class or a new character for any reason, you had to either do these zones, these BC zones, or just plain old vanilla zones. As much as these kind of suck, and they turbo do, it's so much better than the alternative was. It is also worth noting that, like I said, you'd end these zones about level 20 instead of about level 15, because of how much stuff there was to do here. So, that's relevant too. I'm kind of weirded out they never brought the racetrack yet back. It's a good thing they're not having a patch in a few months here where they add a whole new car vehicle customization mechanic where they can actually bring back the racetracks. That would be terrible. This is a good time as any to mention that they've already confirmed they're going to add racing quests for the new car mechanic. Moving on. We only know a few tidbits, Fife, but we'll see. Mr. Red, this is it. Wait. There we go. There we go. I was gonna say, why didn't it levitate you? Whee. I hope so, Jay Palmer, because I remember that map. Pretty much, Spartan. Pretty much. Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that, Magister. So, 40 cake's terrible, I would say. 40 cake's terrible. Unfortunately, you are probably correct, Linnea. And I stand by that sentence. I'm sorry. WoW should be put into maintenance mode. It really should. Even ignoring all the obvious reasons, it's just at a certain point in time, a game should stop being maintained. It's just going to start causing problems, as it indeed already has. This game is already 20 years old. This game can vote. Yura asks, do I think there's a huge amount of people who won't play WoW because of the art style? So I will say, there are people who will not play this game because of the art style. And I understand that. I do. Even if I don't agree in this exact case, the concept of being just pushed out by the art style of a particular game makes perfect sense to me. After all, FF14 looks like garbage. Anyways, so I don't know how big that group of people is, but it's one of those things that it's just something you accept, right? Like, there's no getting around it. You don't like how it looks, so you're never going to enjoy playing it. Yeah, Bloodborne is a perfect example. I like to use anime, but yeah, Bloodborne is a perfect example of a game that I couldn't enjoy, even mechanically, because it looked like that. And yeah, Lotro just looks better than this game in every way, obviously.
Glory to the Sindori.
Priest, has Windrunner Village been liberated? Those damned magisters at the Sanctum of the Sun have been berating me to get their hands on Scourge remnants. Don't worry about that, though. You take your time, you get the job done right. I'll deal with the magisters.
Remember the Sunwell.
Oh, you've done it. You broke the Scourge hold on 3 of the villages. Now we can focus our forces with greater ease against the Scourge and the Death Scar. Here, take your choice of these. I trust you're not going anywhere. We could really use your continued existence.
Shorelaran.
It is actually funny, Yura, because I think you're right.
Baladash, Malanore.
I don't hear people talk badly about Guild Wars 2 or ESO or FF14's art style. Just this one.
What now?
Of course, that makes sense. WoW's art style is more stylized. In fact, if I'm going to be very blunt for a second, it has more art style to it. So that's going to push more people out. That makes sense. I'm certain that Lady Sylvanas will be pleased to hear we made progress in the matter. Here, take some coin.
Our time will come.
How far are your efforts to uncover the Night Elven plot? Let's see, there's a detailed map on a situation called Andaroth, a detailed map for the technical situation there, and plans of using the High Elf crystals to scry on the Blood Elves.
Time is of the essence.
Troubling. These plans show the Night Elf forces at Andaroth, which we already knew, but also Anowin, a more remote ley line nexus to the southeast. And then there's a third nexus, which is not mentioned. I have a bad feeling about all of this.
Farewell.
You must deliver the recovered Night Elf plans to Antelos for me. It's to the east, on the southern slopes of the Sungrace Peast. Magister Silastor is there conducting ongoing studies into the leyline nexus energy for potential use against the Scourge. Have him look at these plans to shed some light on what is there. See what these Night Elves are up to.
Hold your head high.
Alright, Magister of Quel'Thalas. It's time to deal with you.
A new Bellore.
You've proven your loyalty to Tranquillion and have helped us defend it against the threat of the Scourge. Some of our more powerful magisters have come from Silvermoon to help us take the fight to the enemy's doorstep. They've rebuilt the Arcane Sanctum to the south and have driven the Scourge from the surrounding area. They plan to launch an offensive into Deathholm. Go join them. I'm sure they can make use of a seasoned priest like you.
Remember the Sunwell.
I mean, honestly, I'm down, Lunareth. Not even joking. Okay, so let me jot down some negative notes while I'm thinking about it. WoW was gorgeous when it came out. WoW is gorgeous now, most of it. This zone is fine. Like, there's nothing really wrong with it.
Anaria Shola.
Whoops, actually,
The
no.
reckoning is at hand.
Don't work that quest yet, hang on. Sorry, hang on. Gotta do this in order. Don't want to Draenei this. Winlock is true. Winlock is right. One of the big reasons why this game used such stylized art style is so it could play on so many different things. The Draenei quests were legitimately out of order, to the point where you could actually finish an arc and then go do a previous quest in the arc afterwards. Well, I'm gonna talk to him.
Our enemies will fall.
Oh, thank goodness for you.
Death to
It was
all
horrible.
who oppose us.
Night Elves, they conjured their moon crystal here for some nefarious plot, but I snuck away and gathered a large group of our scouts and casters from the nearby Sanctum of the Sun. We killed most of them, and the rest of the group is hunting down the remnants. I'm glad you're here now. I was only left with a couple of scouts' protection. It's not safe out here. Give me a moment. I'll read through these plans and see what the Night Elves are up to. Pay attention to that, please. They were just killing Night Elves on sight before they knew what they were doing. Jesus Christ.
The reckoning is
The
at
moon
hand.
crystals are scrying devices. They're going to spy on us. I know Andoroth can't provide power for that, but Anowin is directed at the south. From the plans, I have basic knowledge of how the moon crystals work, enough to shut them down. They're keyed so they can be turned off. Go there, retrieve a controlling orb, and use it on the moon crystal to stop them from enacting their
We will
plan.
have justice.
Like, really? Okay. I mean, it would make sense, right, Master? By this point, we struck first. We struck first all the way back in Eversong. Like, what? I can understand attacking a troll on sight. Still probably wrong to do, but at least I can understand that. But Night Elves? What possible reason would they have to fight Night Elves on sight? Really think about that for a second. Think about the Blood Elves at this point in history. How much contact have they had with the Night Elves in 2,000 years? So let's see. Tyrande and oh god, I can't think of her name all of a sudden. The other one, the Warden. Maiev. Tyrande and Maiev show up, help Kael'thas and his Blood Elves, and then leave. That's it. That's the only interaction these people have had with Night Elves. Like, at all. there's nothing there. But they're at kill on sight mentality for no explained reason. I mean, you know the reason. I've already explained the reason, and that's why this is a negative. It's because plot. It's because the Alliance and the Horde are at war with each other, and therefore the Blood Elves are against the Night Elves. No, the Blood Elves are not part of the Horde yet. Shut up. They're eventually going to become part of the Horde. Therefore... nonsense. Yes, Yura, I do. Oh my god, this quest. No, the Blood Elves are with the Horde, of course. They tried to join the Alliance. That didn't work out. Although, unlike this, that was actually written, as opposed to this, which is just excused. Oh, well then I misspoke. I said they're not part of the Horde yet. Sorry. Because they're not. They're not currently part of the Horde. Yep, non-givable. It's okay. This quest sucks too. This is BC. Yeah, they're not aligned with anybody. In fact, given their current oh, there it is. Of course, I just had to complain about it. Given their current circumstances, no, they don't really have anything to give to anybody, at least on a surface level. It's like allying with Belgium. Why would you ally with Belgium? Do I know many people who play different characters in FF14? No. Also, if you play multiple alts in FF14, you're crazy. No offense. Well, it's funny you say that, Blade 12, because the Pandaren will be that, too. Story negatives, here we go. Yeah, I will absolutely never make an alt in FF14, ever. I have absolutely no reason to do so.
We will persevere.
Oh, what a relief, Priest. I can assure you that if you hadn't deactivated those scrying orbs, we would be in a more tenuous position than the one we're already in. To think, surrounded by enemies, and every one of them is able to spy on our every move. But now you don't need to worry about that thanks to you. We've killed them all! He didn't say that part. Here, take this. I want you to be rewarded for your efforts, and I just happen to have a few things on me I no longer have use for. Thanks again!
Farewell.
Cool. That's... So, let's talk about the Horde versus Alliance thing. Not that I don't... I'm just going to cover this really, really briefly, okay? So, when WoW Vanilla launched, there obviously were no Blood Elves or Draenei. Yeah, they wanted to have a forced PvP system. And so they did the dumbest possible way they could have done that, and they made two factions. And that was dumb and stupid and wrong for every possible reason, and we're still living with the consequences of that terrible decision to this very day. Moving on.
Our enemies will fall.
Darena sent you. Well, I suppose I can use your aid in fighting Darkon's forces.
Farewell.
Which is why the next quest is down here for some stupid reason.
Victory lies
Magisters and Forest Riders may not see eye to eye, but when it comes to Darkon, we are all in agreement. Ranger Vienna of the Forest Rider Enclave northeast of here has come across some important information. Go speak to her.
Salama Ashalanore.
Okay. I don't want to go down the rabbit hole of why they originally decided... yes, I did, Spartan. Why they originally decided to have the Horde versus Evil segregation. There's actually several reasons. The biggest reason was PvP. Of course it was. Even back then, I was very against the concept. Not because of the PvP thing, that's whatever. It was because of the fact that there was no Horde, like, okay, there was a Horde. There was no Alliance. Like I kind of commented on earlier, they just sort of magically retconned huge swaths of the lore to make the Alliance exist. Because there was no Alliance. The Eastern Kingdoms were shreked after Warcraft 3. That was a whole point. That was part of why so many of the forces of everyone fled west to Kalimdor. If anything, they probably should have gone with something else, like say, hey, you know, I'm with you on that, as Minister. Like say, maybe all of the new players in Vanilla just started on Kalimdor, and then the Eastern Kingdoms was the high-level area. That's the Dire Lands, right? Because all of the horrible Death Dooms are still over there on the Eastern Kingdoms. So that's the high-level zones, right?
We will persevere. Salama.
Darkon Drathyr is believed to have returned from the dead to rule over the armies of the Scourge in the Ghostlands. Darkon aligned himself with the Scourge long ago, yet he was once living, breathing elf. Much of his time was spent inside the Dawnstar Spire, northeast of here. He hid there for many nights, scheming against his own. Searched the tower for information. Maybe he had a journal where he kept notes. One never knows where useful information might present itself.
Shurelaron.
Because this is the eternal zone that will never end, Nero says. What about Stormwind's area? Stormwind area should be a death zone. It should probably be a zone similar to the Eastern Plaguelands. Not literally. I mean like an endgame zone of, you know, of blasted, scorched hellscape. Because it should be the ruins of Stormwind left over after the events of Warcraft 1. And that should be pretty much the entirety of what's going on the southern half of the continent. Yeah, probably also fell corrupted, because remember, that was the demonic legion that ran through there. The weird thing about demonic... I see legion. The weird thing about demonic forces is they tend to leave demonic stuff in their wake. Wow, this hurts. Stormwind should be completely wrecked as of the beginning of World of Warcraft. There is absolutely no logical reason for it to be this giant, prosperous mega nation. Like, pay attention to the timeline for just a second. So, Warcraft 1 happens, the Dark Portal opens. The demonic horde pours through and absolutely destroys Stormwind. Completely pillages and wipes out the southern nation in its entirety. The refugees from Stormwind flee north. Oh, goddamn. Stuns. The refugees flee north, and the events of Warcraft 2 happen. Thanks to some infighting and some demonic interference, the demonic horde eventually falls apart, and the forces of the Alliance up here manage to push them back down to the Dark Portal, and then shut the Dark Portal, and that leads to the events of the Dark Portal and all that fun stuff. And then, everyone retreats back north, because everything is still happening up north, and the overwhelming majority of their forces and resources and currency and everything is spent and devoted over years trying to recover and rebuild from what they had. This is about a 20-year gap here. Now, I don't know about y'all, but 20 years is not enough time to build up an entire city from scratch, especially considering everyone was on massive economic hardships, especially given the fact that a huge number of the population had been wiped out. Functionally, there should be no Stormwind as of Warcraft 2. Just the refugees who fled north and became part of Lordaeron. Then, the events of Warcraft 3 happen. So Warcraft 3 happens, and, you know, the Scourge show up, and the Scourge run over the north, and completely sweep and make things like Tearsfall Glades, the Western Plaguelands, and the Eastern Plaguelands. So that's the end of Lordaeron, and a couple of other nations up north while they're at it. Okay, so that all sucks. Then 4 years pass, and in between Warcraft 3 and WoW, all of a sudden there's this giant country in the south called Stormwind, which the Defias Brotherhood, excuse me, the Stonemasons Guild, reached really deep into their own asses in order to just pull out this giant city, whole scale, and oh, also pretty much everything about Stormwind is just fine, with no real issues or problems unless you're talking about literally the Blasted Lands itself. After browsing for the After browsing through the first few pages of this old book, you come to the conclusion it once belonged to the one known as Darkon Drathyr. As you skim through the pages of a journal, you're overcome by an unnerving sense of being watched. The contents are unsettling. His soul was one filled with hatred and contempt for his own people. And the extent of his machinations and plots are all documented in great detail. Perhaps there's something here that she'll find useful. No, Yura, but thank you for asking. This is the dreck I'm pushing through so I can get to the actually good content. It has to be there. That's how this works. This is why I put the boring stuff first. If I wanted to, I could just start at Legion, you know. I'd be like, all right, here's Legion. Woo! But no, I want to get the dreck over with first. And unironically, and I feel free to quote me on this when I'm wrong, I think that Hellfire Peninsula and Zangarmarsh and all that will be better because we'll have flying there.
Baladash Malinore.
So,
the reckoning.
this information is very valuable. We all knew about Darkon's plan to steal the power of the Sunwell for the Scourge, but much of the information found here is completely new to us. Magister Caindris at the Sanctum of the Sun will want to look at this.
We will have...
The Magisters at the Sanctum of the Sun have made great progress in analyzing the Scourge's weakness with the aid of the Forsaken. So, here's the description to go
Remember
there.
the sun
Go
well.
there. Outlands is interesting, and I kind of wish they would do more with it. In fact, what would be really cool is if they went back to Outland to address the warlords of Outland. That would be a really cool concept. I'm not actually joking. I mean, obviously I'm joking about the warlords thing. For those of you who know, our warlords was originally going to be Outland, and then they didn't do that. But I do wish they'd follow through on Outland. If you pay attention to the lore of Outland, a major narrative point is that the entire continent is slowly breaking up into the Nether. And the Nether Storm got that way in a matter of months. So that's how damaging what Kael'thas has been doing was there to the terrain, right? It was so horrifying. It was completely destroying the nearby... it was going to destroy the whole continent. Now, a lot of the quests from the Cenarian Expedition are about stopping that, but we never really followed through on that. The only thing we know is that it's still there because, as of BFA, Nagrand is still there. But that's it. That's all we really know about that.
Our enemies will fall.
This book, yes, it's Darkhan's very own handwriting. There must be information here that will reveal a weakness in our opponent. You've done well in coming to us. Here.
The reckoning is...
According to this journal, Darkhan promised the Scourge two powerful elven artifacts, the Stone of Light and the Stone of Flame. These were imbued with the magical energies of the Sunwell and attuned to have warding powers against the Scourge. The crystals were to be transported where the Howling Ziggurat and the Blitting Ziggurat now stand. If they're still there, we need to recover them. They're probably greatly useful in our struggle against the enemy.
Remember the Sunwell.
And yes, Yura. I have a few memories, Hellfire. I'll share a couple of them. Just a couple. I don't want to bore you too much. Okay, you die. Oh, of course they are Blades. Are you kidding me? The irony is where exactly they go is the important part. Because I do plan to review each expansion and get their bronze numbers.
What business have you?
Mm-hmm.
Hold your
Don't bother
head.
with that one. Just gonna move on. It's 4 quests I'm not doing in this zone. Jesus. We haven't even reached the end of the thing. Are any of the Horde veterans of Warcraft 1 still alive? Drekthar is still alive, as of BFA. But I don't remember if he was actually in the Demonic Horde, as weird as that sounds. Do you mean as of the point of BC, or as of the point of now, Blade Duvall? By technical definition, okay. I couldn't even get an instacast off. I'm dead. I'm dead. Wow. Okay, we gotta pay attention there. Holy crap. The game doesn't want me to take a lunch break. That's what it is. That's just all this is. I hate Ghostlands. I was actually looking something up, so I literally did Alt-Tab for a second there, and then I saw the first damage that came in, and I was like, oh. Anyway, so that's, I am a Shadow Priest, Loke. That's it. How many graveyards in this zone? 1. What do you think this is, a modern zone? Get out of here. Okay. So, as of now, as in War Within, it's been 42 years since Warcraft 1. As of the events of what we're doing right now, it's been 25 years since Warcraft 1. Okay, so let's get some buffs going here. I'll actually play healer for a second. Give in to my shadowy form. There we go. In combat? I can't even tell from combat. Oh, there she is. Oh yeah, here's Prot. Fort, whatever it's called. Yeah, 42 years is a pretty chunky chunk of time, honestly. Ironically, for all of the 10,000 years thing in Warcraft, most of their timeline's pretty solid. The one weird thing, and this is the thing I don't understand, is there's a time gap in between Shadowlands and Dragonflight. Now, I know it's the soft reset, but to my knowledge, there really is no reason for that time gap to even exist. They haven't done anything with it. In 2 expansions, there has been no justification for the time gap. It's just, and then 5 years pass, and it's like, what? Why? Yeah, it's the Dragon Age 2 thing. It's been 5 years. Are you sure? Yeah, totally. Uh-huh. I mean, sure, but, like, from a writer's perspective, why have a time gap and do nothing with it? Lord Flamar did get married there. Yeah, Anduin is older by 5 years, which isn't a lot, but yeah. Also, we spent 5 years basically on sabbatical, doing nothing. See you around, Jay Palmer. That's true. Dagran is 19 instead of 15, or whatever the equivalency would be. I actually looked up, I forget what it is, but Dagran is really young. It's almost funny. What do the PCs do for 5 years? We got a bunch of popcorn and we went and we played FF14 for 5 years. That's what we did. We heard about this one place called Tuliolo, and we were like, you know, here they have a Loa of corn out there. Oh, I'm too far south. A Loa of corn? Oh my gosh. I mean, sure, Blade Travel, but, like, I think you're misunderstanding me. When I say nothing happened in that time gap, I'm not speaking facetiously. Nothing happened. It's like everyone just hit pause for 5 years and then unpaused, and that was it.
Anaria Shola.
Like, even if they literally did say, like, and had story arcs about us going on vacation for 5 years, that wouldn't bother me as much as the literal nothing that is actually there.
Farewell.
And by us, I mean, like, characters, not just the player characters. Ah, so the rumors were true. The Stone of Light and the Stone of Flame do exist. We shall use their power to create weapons against our Khan. Use them when the time is right, and the energies of the Sunwell, trapped in these objects, will vanquish him with the very power he sought to steal from us.
Death to all who oppose us.
Everything we've done in the Ghostlands has been done with the goal of taking back what is rightfully ours. The Scourge have maintained their chokehold in the region for far too long. Sure, whatever. Thanks to...
Victory lies ahead.
So now I'm going to stop syncing so I can actually read the quest, so I can actually pick up the quest.
Nu Belore de la Na.
Everything we've done in the Ghostlands has been with the goal of taking back what is rightfully ours. The Scourge have maintained their chokehold in the region for far too long. The time has come for payback. Thanks to your help and the help of our new allies, the Forsaken, vengeance will soon be ours. He who sought to steal the power of the Sunwell must die. Go to Deathholm and bring me Darkon's head.
We will have justice.
So this is supposed to be like some big dun-dun-dun quest. But just like with, I can't even remember her name over in Blood Mist, they don't really do much with this. He's the zone boss, and there's a lot of zone boss, the boss of a regional quest chain. But Darkon is only really relevant if you've actually read the comics. And how many of you have read the comic about Darkon?
Baladash Malanore. Salama Ashalanore.
Remember the Sunwell.
That is a lot of kill quests in
de la
there.
Na. We will have justice.
And I'm already 40 minutes into my lunch break of 1 hour. God, I hate this zone. Okay. Okay. I'll be back in like half an hour. I need to go eat some food. I'm starting to hurt.